Hello and welcome everyone to round one of Sligo tournament. My name's Joe, and this is the one and only ToshQueen competing, woman candidate master. Someone in chat saying that they didn't know that she got the title recently. So congratulations to her on officially getting title. Maybe she'll start competing in Titled Tuesdays. Hi Gerbs, how's it going? Welcome in everyone. Happy Friday. Sligo, my apologies. That hopefully will be the first and only mispronunciation, but I am just an American, so who knows? But anyways, we have a live board view here thanks to chess.com, but we also have our analysis board where we can start putting moves. So hopefully I can actually see what moves the players are making. It looks like Tosh has started off with the white pieces, e4. And our opponent may be playing a sort of joke opening here. The very frightening a6. Is there a delay? The stream should not be delayed. Oh, and looks like the live board also has the moves on, so that's great. PMD, good to see you. Saying Canada is better than the US. Canada has their own unique pronunciations of things. If you don't know what I'm talking about, ask PMD. Sly Joe, is that how it's pronounced? Thank you, Chelato. Welcome. So yeah, I guess we've got quite the opening here. I mean, typically you'll see something like e5, which could lead to a Roy Lopez or an Italian, or you'll have the Sicilian. And in the Sicilian, you could have an open Sicilian. And, well, probably you wouldn't trade, actually. What else would people normally do? Usually, maybe you see a6 in this sort of line, right? You can have like a Najdorf kind of thing going on. So to start with a6 is kind of funny. But this obviously transposes into many things, depending on what black chooses to do later. And we see, okay, this is kind of a pro move from Tosh. Not the move itself that she's played, but just the fact that her opponent, as they were getting up, she draws him back to the board. She said, "You're not going anywhere. Not anytime soon." So kind of an unorthodox opening from black. So Tosh gave it a couple seconds there to think it over, and she's opted for the move c4. So now you see there's a fight over the b5 square. Hey, Uncle Jesse. Good to see you. She made a point to make it today after missing my previous stream, but that's okay. I know that we stream pretty late usually, especially for those in Eastern time. There's Mr. Dodgy in the back. Shout out to Mr. Dodgy, aka Michael Duke, one of my fellow coworkers at chess.com, brought over from the Chessable team, also competing in this tournament, representing Scotland, I believe. Good to see him, as always. But yeah, I'm going to try working on the live board because I realized I've just captured the same board twice, actually. So let me work on that. In the meantime, I hope you're all doing well. And I hope you're all looking forward to an exciting tournament by the lovely ToshQueen, our favorite. And I really should probably look up more details about this tournament because I don't know how many rounds there are. Okay, anyways, the live board is blank, so I'm assuming there's a delay. Hello, Adrian. Good to see you. Why did she play c4 when d4 is better and more obvious? It's 5 rounds tournament. Why would I need to look up the details when I could just ask the chat? The chat knows everything, truthfully. They know much more than I do. All right, so our opponent elects for c5. So you could argue this is some sort of Sicilian variation. You could argue. I don't know if I would say I would argue it, but you could argue it. But yes, one of the questions people were pointing out is why not play d4, right? Taking the pawn duo in the center. That's a lovely question. d4 also tries to control these center squares, preventing the usual e4 or e5, c5 from black. So c4, kind of a questionable move, but still very solid, putting pawns in the center, controlling space. We've got a strong grip over the d5 square. That would be a great place for the knight to go. So we shall see. ToshQueen, maybe not used to this opening. I mean, really, who would be? But she's definitely got some things cooked up in store for us today. Hello, Paul. Welcome. What strength of player am I? I am about 1900 USCF, if that means anything to anyone. I'm assuming most viewers are from Europe on Tosh's channel, perhaps. My FIDE is probably around 1750. But, you know, they say you shouldn't ask a woman her weight, and you shouldn't ask an American chess player their FIDE. That's what I like to say. Hello, Strider. I believe this tournament is in Ireland, which is where ToshQueen resides. And I believe both of these players are Irish. Opponent's name, Caleb McLean. Definitely sounds like an Irish name. I'm smurfing. I don't know. I don't know if I can help it. I think I haven't played over the board in over a year now, so who knows if I'm really smurfing or not. But my online rating, roughly 2100. Tosh is Polish. Yes, she is Polish, but she's also Irish. At least she's playing under the Irish Federation. All right, so both knights have come out, and now Tosh elects for d4. After the knight comes to c6, you might see black play for e5, but after d4, now we've controlled the e5 square another time with both pawn and knight. But still, you could have asked, as someone in chat at least did, why not play d4 earlier? But it looks like we're going to see these trades. Probably black will not take the knight, as that will help Tosh develop her queen into the center. Let me see if I can pull up a live board, because I believe this board has some delay, which is fine. It's all good. But I'm going to see if I can work some magic, perhaps. Also, we should be live on both my channel and Tosh's channel. But I'm going to double check if I can get this on Tosh's YouTube channel, which would be good so that it's recorded. But you can save VODs from Twitch. I'm also streaming this on my YouTube. Pardon the self-promotion, but I really enjoy commentating, and I really appreciate the opportunities given to me, especially by awesome content creators like the ToshQueen herself. So I'm planning on commentating tomorrow morning as well for Bullet Brawl. We'll see who ends up playing. Typically, I like to watch Danya. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Fun fact, opponent followed her on Instagram exactly 2 minutes after pairings were posted. Hi, Soft Pawn. How are you? Does Tosh have an Instagram command? is my follow-up question to that. If you're not following Tosh on Instagram, you really should be. She's been posting stories about her upcoming tournament, which is now no longer upcoming, but current. So if you need the behind the scenes content from ToshQueen, go check her out. She posted actually a video recently about the Dublin Chess Center, which, fun fact, I went to visit when I went to Dublin, which was only a couple months ago. It was my first time ever flying to Europe. And unfortunately, the Dublin Chess Club was closed when I visited. So I'll have to go back and see it live in action. Yeah, there's no shared chat, unfortunately. Hard to get these things. It is round one, right? So it's tough enough to compete in a chess tournament by itself, but then to set up a camera, play on a DGT board, have the events page, commentator, streaming, all of this, it adds up to a lot. So shout out to ToshQueen for setting all of this up. Shout out to her mods for helping and supporting. Definitely appreciate. And of course, last but not least, shout out to all the viewers and the fans for being here. We do it for you guys. So that's what we're here for. And of course, to support ToshQueen, as always. It is not her turn, but it soon will be. The move e5 has been played. And we were pointing out this square earlier when Tosh had control over it. Now, after the knight recaptures on d4, this e5 square is now back in black's control. And so taking advantage of this moment to now put a pawn into the center. And yeah, we see now maybe a6 helps prevent the knight from trying to eye up some of these dark squares. And now essentially Tosh has to move her knight. She has a couple options. She could trade knights, probably not the best. But she could also go to f5. She can go back to where she came from. She can go back to c2, even back to b3. The computer's not really liking e2 or f3. e2 probably one of the worst options. Trading and knight here probably not options either. I think you don't want to trade because you're going to help black support their center, probably. So best option, knight f5. The only forward option here. Can I please display the clock times? Clock times are going to be updated with the board. So I'm going to follow through with what I was saying earlier and double check if I can get that. Let me see. But yeah, good question. The clock is unfortunately not facing our direction. I do know the time control is 90 plus 30, and we've just started. So both players have plenty of time in this classical time control game. Yeah, I know we can't see them. I'm sorry. The board I believe is delayed. So There you have it. Look, there's the clock times. It's just about 15 minutes delayed, but I'm gonna try my best to work on this. Hello, Dijon. How's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. Strider going for over 2K OTB. Good luck. You can do it. Strider might also be underrated. Definitely a strong opponent. Joe is like 1200 elo, says Gerber. Gerber knows best. He's known me the longest out of anyone here. Maybe. I don't actually know. Most people here probably just met me a couple minutes ago. That's gonna be what I think. Okay. Let's see. Where did she go with the knight? She went to c2? Okay. Maybe the knight wants to get to d5. But this knight also probably wants to go to d5. So that's maybe a little curious. Knight to f5, you might want to worry about the bishop taking the knight, and that moves your center pawn away from the center. But the knight on f5 is definitely the most aggressive option. And, you know, if you're going to c2 to get to e3, you could also have gone f5 to e3. So that's one of the beautiful things about the knight. One of the beauties of the knight. I don't know what I'm saying. But, you know, sometimes if you have a target square, there's multiple routes that you can get there, right? If you want to move a knight up one square, you can go this way, or you can go this way. And that's really where the art of chess lies, is the players have choices and decisions of how they want to go about things. There's not always a right or wrong answer. So despite what the computer may say, there's multiple ways that you can play. And, you know, we've seen that multiple times already now. Tosh electing for c4 instead of d4. Electing for knight c2 instead of f5. And yeah, lots of time left. Very early on in the game. I mean, even our opponent surprising many with the move a6 on move 1. Who else can say that they've played that OTB or have seen that played against them OTB? Anyways, second knight comes out, pressure on e4. Most likely we will see knight to c3 by the ToshQueen. All right, I'm asking for a live events page. We'll see if we can get that, and then in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can help her YouTube channel. We'll see. 1,200 more than you. It's okay, Gerbs. I just read the first one. I hope Gerbs plays OTB so we can stream it, maybe. That'd be funny. Rare that anyone listens to you, but I did. Well, you deserve to be listened to, first and foremost. But I will say this, regardless of you asking for the clocks or not, I hate to break it to you, but they got updated automatically. So those would have been there regardless of me listening to you or not. What's up, Spinny? Good to see you. That's what I'm saying, 480. That's exactly what I'm saying. Are there any other streamers competing there? PMD saying Adriana, another WCM. We saw Michael Duke in the background. For anyone that doesn't know, that is none other than legendary streamer and tweeter, I should say, or perhaps ex-poster, uh, Mr. Dodgy. Although I don't believe he's uh, streaming his games, but he should be on DGT actually. Looks like they have a ton of DGT boards here, which is really exciting. Hey, Waxy Caps, good to see ya. I believe this is a Swiss tournament, 5 rounds, 90 plus 30 time control. All boards in the master section are DGT. Okay, that's really cool. And yeah, Tosh has brought out her second knight. Very logical, right? Both sides have both knights out. White has one knight on C2, so on the second rank, but soon to be perhaps going into the center. Um, Interestingly, if the knight does make its way to D5 and we see a trade, there would be 4 ways in which Tosh could recapture both pawns, one of the knights, and her queen. So right now, the D5 square firmly in White's control. Black pushing their D pawn. This is kind of getting in the way of the dark square bishop, but it does open up for the light square bishop. And we can see this grip over D5 is very strong. This D pawn of black's is a backwards pawn, as we would call it, as there are no other pawns supporting it. So this could be a potential weakness in the position that Tosh could target later on. Shout out to Waxy as well as Spinny. Some legends in the chat. I hope Waxy Caps is doing well. I used to lurk a lot more in his streams when he was streaming more regularly. Um, Fun fact about Waxy, he made a golf game on Steam, which I believe is out. So people should go check that out. I think it's called another golf game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why no shared chat? I tried, Spinny. The attempt was made, and yet it proved to be too difficult. So apologies. Um, I think I think she didn't really have enough time. Really, is you know, look at her. She's playing a chess game right now. She can't pull up Twitch chat. No, honestly, if a mod could do it, that'd be great. I have no idea. Thank you, Spinny, being in both. What's up, Chaco? Welcome in. This guy is 2,000 FIDE blitz, quite high rated in online blitz, so avoiding time scramble would be good. She is still unbeaten since getting the title, 3 wins and 1 draw in league games. FIDE is not updated yet. Okay. The streamer is not there when you tried. Does that mean that the streamer wasn't live or that the streamer needed to be logged in? Okay, I'm gonna attempt. Yeah. Warrior, you can confirm her YouTube is not live, right? Unless she sent me another channel's. No, there's no way. Okay, hold on. Let me try something else here. It's a week before your birthday. Happy early birthday. You might go in March. Okay. Yeah, I actually am considering um I might I might consider playing more OTB this year for sure. All right. I tried. I tried for the live events board and I tried for YouTube and it's just not working. So, you know what? We're gonna stick to what we have and it's all good. So, we're having a great time. The live board is actually not live. It will just be delayed. But also the live board is actually just the big board. So we'll have two boards of the same board. Unless you guys want the live board to be 15 minutes delayed, which should also be fine probably. Okay. Let me see. She's brought a bishop out. So that's where I thought the knight was going to go, but I was wrong. Bishop to e3. Keying in on some dark squares. Love some dark square bishop development. Wow, Chaco, 1480 to 1800 in 1 year would be a huge climb, but I believe in you. And beating some 1600s is a step in the right direction for sure. That's a good try, Gerbs. I think banning Gerbs has been shown to actually hurt your elo, so I wouldn't recommend it. Wow, she's pushed her f-pawn. So the opponent has brought out their bishop as well, and now f3 by Tosh. Protecting the e4 square, also preventing any business on g4 by both the knight or the bishop, helping protect the dark square bishop a little bit more. Another interesting idea I had with bishop here is maybe we want to bring a knight in. However, this knight is very important guarding the e4 pawn. So f3, multi-purpose move for sure. Typically, f3 gets frowned upon, especially by the fans of Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold, who recently played in Charlotte, I believe. But he's pretty far away from Ireland, I would assume. So ToshQueen should be safe for now. As soon as Benjamin Feingold finds out, though, Ireland might be in trouble. So, who knows? Best to keep an eye out. Just kidding. Okay, but questions remain after f3 is pushed. There are potential weaknesses against a king that might castle, but a dark square bishop helps keep the dark square control for now. There might even be a queenside castle. Unclear at the moment. This bishop, lots of pawns on light squares. The future for the bishop, also not clear just yet. So we'll see. Maybe the queen could help. Also, probably controlling this pawn. I was mentioning knight a4, but probably the most likely is going to be d5. And that also controls the b6 square. I think knight here has a really strong threat. Bishop to b6, hitting the queen, followed by knight to c7, forking the king and the rook. So Tosh is cooking, as they say. Knight into d5, probably knight takes is going to be a necessity. And then she gets to choose how she wants to capture back. We mentioned all of these different pawns and the queen, but she might even go... No, I was going to say knight here. I know we were looking at knight e3, but the bishop's there. Maybe the bishop tucks back to f2. So you don't have to dive into d5 right away. You could play bishop f2, knight to e3, and then knight from e to d5, opening up the bishop, creating all of the same threats. However, when the knight captures, we recapture with another knight, maintaining the same threat, bishop to b6, knight to c7. That would be fun. But it takes a lot of time to be able to do something like that. That's like 3 moves. In 3 moves time, black's king probably won't be on e8 anymore. There might be a bishop move. So black could put extra control over the d5 square with another piece. Dan, the man crow, thank you for the sub. 33 months to Tosh. Appreciate that. All right, Chaco, thanks for stopping by. Have fun at work. All right. I've updated the live board to be actually the delayed board. um, okay, so she played f3, and then the opponent brought out the light square bishop, yes, to e6, as was expected, and now it's back to Tasha's turn. Warrior saying to castle queenside, after queen to d2. I definitely think that makes sense. I think Tosh could still castle either which way. I think if you castle long, I guess c5 doesn't quite work because we have 3 pieces on that square. I think castling queenside, it's just a little weird because we've pushed the c pawn. Castling kingside, also a little weird because we pushed the f pawn, but I like that the bishop is still around. So I think castling kingside, playing king h1, still very viable choice here. What's up, Blaze? I think the mods are good. Also, fun fact, ToshQueen is not reading the Twitch chat, so there's no way that we could be helping her with move suggestions. But appreciate, yeah, whenever a streamer is playing online live, typically you don't want to put moves, especially if it's rated. But yeah, I'm actually assuming that you're joking, but there are probably many people that don't really understand, so might as well. So yeah, computer on the live board, you can see put the question mark on black's move d6. Didn't really like that one, and I think it's because the dark square bishop did not come out to play. But to be fair, I don't really know where the bishop would have gone. That's before the bishop ever made it though to e3. So maybe bishop to c5 was better for black, and with the combination of a6, that bishop could tuck back to a7, and we wouldn't have sort of this bishop on e3 from Tosh. So the computer does give a slight edge to white here, about +1 on the eval bar, which means with perfect play, she should win a pawn, really, if you think about it. So maybe there's a tactic down the line where she will be winning a pawn. Maybe it's this d pawn because it's so weak and backwards. And we might see queen d2 and castles long, putting 2 heavy pieces on this semi-open d file, pointing directly at the backwards d pawn. So for now, I'm going to keep an eye on our players here and see if we have any updates. Looks like Tosh adjusting her hair. You know, usually when you like go to reach for the pieces and then you're like, hold on, I gotta slow down here. That could have been, she could have been psyching out her opponent. She's already done that earlier, where her opponent got up to go walk away and then she brought him back in by moving immediately. And here we go. We see the hand reach down. She's going for knight d5 immediately. And I was mentioning slow playing it with the bishop back to f2 and bringing the knight to e3 to play that knight into d5. I think this is good, especially now that the bishop is on e6. The knight on d5 is kind of immune to any knight capture, because then I was mentioning all these options to take back. Well, you would take back with a pawn with a fork, which would be winning a piece. So knight captures is a blunder because of the resulting fork on black's pieces. That is one of the downsides of putting the bishop on e6, is that you can no longer take back with the knight. So you cannot get a knight for knight trade on d5, but black does have the choice to take with the bishop. And this would be great for white because this pawn is still backwards. This pawn is out of the way of the bishop. The knight has to move Where would you put the knight? If you go to a5, b4 actually just wins on the spot. So that's a little fun fact. So where does the knight go? It has to go backwards. Not very fun for the knight. Queen d2 already in the game? Oh my goodness. Just now, or let's see. Did she play that before knight d5? Probably. So f3, bishop here, queen d2, and then you said rook b8. All right, and now knight d5. My apologies. I'm going to have to promote this line, I think. The right click is not working for me on Classroom. Oh, hold on, I have to be on moves. Oh. No, I got to stay in analysis. Do I? Hold on. Ah, this is what the delayed board has so far. So after bishop to e3, I think it was bishop e6, queen d2, rook b8, and now knight d5, right? And it's black's turn. Caleb McLean. Pondering to capture or not to capture. This changes things, right? There's no longer knight b8 or knight a7. So after bishop takes, c takes, knight has to go to d4. And that's just winning material. Again, knight to a5 doesn't work because of the move b4. Knight can't go back anywhere or forward for that matter. So that's a trapped piece on the edge of the board. Knights on the rim are grim, sometimes they say. Anyways, knight into d4 forced here, giving us a free pawn, which would be nice to add to our collection, which we currently only have one pawn on the side of the board. Both players have traded one pawn so far. So yeah, the knight's actually just immune unless black wants to lose material. So big threat here, as we've mentioned. Bishop hits the queen, knight hits the king with check. No castling for black. If only she could go twice in one turn. Unfortunately, it is her opponent's turn. So they have an opportunity here to deal with this threat. How they'll do it? Probably castling. Because you can't take the knight. You could play b5, but that looks like a free pawn. No, it's not, I guess. Let's see. b5, c takes, a takes, and then it likes just rook d1. So the move b5 just opens up the rook to guard against b6. Black would gladly take two minor pieces for the price of one rook. So probably won't see the b pawn push, but probably we'll see castles from black. Taking the knight would be pretty much losing on the spot. So we can cross our fingers and hope Caleb McLean misses it. That would be a great start to the tournament for our main protagonist here. Unlikely, though, as our opponent is 1850 FIDE, so probably knows what he's doing, more or less. Can see it. So we're expecting castles. And still, we could see rook to d1 or castles long. And the threat is to take the bishop and then win the d pawn. Also winning material. So even if black avoids this current threat or doesn't make a mistake or mess up in this position, there's still many ways that Tosh can go for tactics and win material. So she's got herself a lovely position and what looks like a time advantage out of the gate. So great start with the white pieces in round one for ToshQueen. Huge, huge developments. Take care, Waxy. Thanks for being here. Also, I believe Tosh will have other commentators joining for future rounds. As far as I'm aware, this is my one and only round that I'll be covering this tournament. What an honor it is to be able to kick off the tournament here in round one. She's on board 10 right now. I think after a couple wins, she'll move on up the rankings. Maybe put her on board 1. Who knows? Who is the strongest player in this tournament? Besides ToshQueen, of course. Allow me to investigate. It looks like there's an international master, David Fitzsimmons, 2351. We've got a woman grandmaster, Marina. Not sure how to pronounce her last name. Goshen. It's probably absolutely wrong. I did say at the start of the show, this might be a stream of many mispronunciations by me. But she appears to be 2235 FIDE. Anyways, opponent taking quite some time to simply castle. Short side. Doesn't seem to like it. What else could you do, really? You could play rook c8. Knight b6 would be kind of annoying there. But also bishop here, queen here. You could bring the bishop back. You're threatening the knight fork. Kind of annoying as well. But that being said, rook on c8 opens up the b8 square for the knight. So then you could capture the knight in that position. So right now you cannot capture the knight because after a pawn recaptures, the knight is going to be trapped. No backwards moves for black's knight. Only a forward move leading to another trap. b4. So this is the dilemma. There's Mr. Dodgy with his beard looking glorious as always. One of the great personalities in the chess world. I believe also one of the main members of Women in Chess Foundation, if I'm not misspoken. Great organization that people should go check out. Yeah, I like how much he's thinking on what you could say is relatively a simple move, castling, short side. But, you know, that being said, castling is just solving one problem of potentially many down the road. Tosh's next best move would be rook to d1 with another threat of removing the defender of d6. So how to deal with that? It's according to the computer not possible. Tosh should be winning a pawn. Best move is to castles. She then would need to find rook d1 and she'll be winning the d pawn, which would be huge. So we'll see. We'll see if she gets to play this. That would be very fun. To be up a pawn But that would just be the beginning, the start of it. Long game to go, for sure. And it might have been Warrior earlier saying opponent pretty good at blitz. So maybe we'll see a time scramble later down the road, and it could be an opportunity for a strong blitz player to get back into things. Very hard to play without making mistakes in time pressure. There is 30-second increment. We're also very far. Our opponent might not make it to a time scramble. ToshQueen might just blow him off the board, winning upon the first of potentially many. So he's a little stun locked right now. He's kind of like, oh my gosh, my position's actually really bad because I can't even take this knight. Tosh has officially infiltrated, if you will, Black's half of the board. This is now more her board than his board. It looks like they're sharing the same board. That's really Tosh's board, and she's declared it so with the knight on d5. She's declared war, creating threats. Bishop, knight, queen, and rook soon to be joining. Even after castles, rook d1. How are you stopping? Knight takes bishop, queen takes d6. Are you going to play knight to e8? Honestly, maybe. Castles, rook d1, and knight e8. Maybe I should just look at that, actually. Castles, rook d1. And yeah, knight e8's the second best move. And it's saying that the best move is b5. Okay, it's changed its mind. So he has castled. Now, moment of truth. Will she play rook d1? Or will she castle? Computer likes rook d1. It's also saying bishop to b6. Going for the queen again, right? Maybe going for knight c7. But I want to look at queenside castles here, because if you're going to play rook d1, you might as well consider castling. The computer doesn't like this so much because of this b5 idea. Just trying to open up things against this white king. Tosh is going to co-organize the Irish Women's Championship. That's amazing. Yeah, she's definitely a big leader in chess in general. One of the main competitors in Ireland. Big time streamer. Chess celebrity, if you will. All right, here she goes with her hand. And there she goes. She's going for bishop b6 immediately. So no rook d1. Bishop b6 is the second best move, and she's playing it pretty quickly here. Maybe missing the rook d1 threat. Maybe she dismissed it after knight to e8, because one thing knight e8 does is not only defends the d-pawn, but it also controls this c7 square. So bishop b6 immediately hitting the queen. The queen has three options, and they're not very fun. But you can go to d7, and now here it again likes just taking the bishop. It also now likes queenside castles. It's not quite pointing out this rook d1 move, though, because now we allow bishop back to d8, flushing this bishop out. So here it's saying we can take on f6, the bishop recaptures, and then maybe we win this d-pawn. Still. So that's interesting. but the computer, for whatever reason, doesn't like it so much. It likes knight takes e7 with check, and now there's two pieces that can recapture. I was thinking queen takes, leaving the knight in the center, but the computer actually likes knight takes much more. So maybe we can see why. After knight takes, it wants knight to b4, or it likes b3. It likes bishop back to e2, up to e2, I should say. But yeah, I'm wondering if rook d1, then it likes knight c8, hitting the bishop and defending the pawn. So interesting stuff, really. If queen takes, then it does like castles a lot. And you could try, no, there's no rook move defending this, but you could try knight e8 again, as we had mentioned. But now it just likes knight e3. It likes g4 as well. Opposite side castles, always very fun, exciting games. You really get to see some attacking chess, some aggressive style for sure. But this is the live position currently. Opponent mulling over their three choices here for queen moves. Probably you would rather connect the rooks, right, and get out of the way, step the queen forward. Going to d7, I think, makes the most sense. Going either other choice, kind of awkward for sure. So yeah, I like how Tosh is playing. I like how she's playing aggressively. I like how she's playing quickly. I like that she's putting time pressure on her opponent. Still very early on into the game, but those minutes really add up. They can sneak up on you. And if he keeps thinking this many minutes per move this early, when the choices seemingly are pretty low, then that could serve ToshQueen well once it gets into a time scramble. So she came ready, prepared, round one. Sometimes round one can be tricky if you're out of practice or rusty, trying to get back into the swing of things. That could be what Caleb McLean is dealing with right now. Maybe someone could look up his previous tournament experience, see how recently he had competed. Because if he's like me, then he hasn't played OTB in over a year. And he's just been playing online. But people that have just been playing a lot of online chess maybe will play OTB a little bit faster, not taking so much time. This guy is maybe taking too much time on these moves. Maybe ToshQueen not taking enough time on this previous move. She could have played rook d1. She could still play rook d1. She could still castle queenside, targeting the d pawn, but bishop to b6, queen up to d7. We think that taking on e7 should be the follow-up, and we think that because the computer thinks that, really. But also with the queen stepping up to d7, you're potentially allowing the bishop back to d8, which might seem a little counterintuitive under developing a piece. But you're ducking the attack of the knight, and you're also trying to flush out the annoying bishop on b6. He's been playing quite regularly. Okay. He seems pretty young still, too. Both players probably trying to work on their rating, trying to climb the ranks. Oh, that guy's wearing a chess.com hoodie. Shout out to the chess.com merch. All right. Queen d7 has been played. Hello, Joey. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Where are you? Are you in even Pacific time? It's not morning. Where could you be? Probably you're still waking up is my assumption. I mean, to be fair, I'll say good morning in the afternoon. Anyways, all right, so he has made his move, Queen D7, and now he gets up. He takes his soda with him. And now ToshQueen, she can really plan this out. Computer likes taking the bishop on E7 with check with her knight. Also likes queenside castling. It even likes Queen F2. I don't think she'll play that. You know what could also be really interesting? I'm looking at this idea, bishop to c7, hitting the rook and the pawn, following it up with knight takes e7, queen takes d6. Computer doesn't point this out at all, which leads me to believe that I'm just not a good chess player. So let's take a little deep dive. Let's take a look into this idea. Computer hates this because we just simply take on d5. This is very interesting to me. If we take the rook, they simply save their bishop. And now our bishop is trapped. So that's a problem, right? And now if we take, they can take, we take, b takes. Now this d pawn no longer backwards. Rook opens up. And they've technically won a pawn. So that's not good for us at all. So that is a tactic. Now I was thinking if the rook saves itself, then I was thinking takes, and then bishop takes. So probably knight takes. And still, we could take this pawn. I was thinking queen takes, but that drops the bishop. Takes here. I guess we lose this. So I would love to play c5. But, yeah, takes. Oh, and this pawn falls too, actually. So, okay. Yeah. This would be nice, but black would not do this, as they could simply take. So, yeah, that would be a blunder. We hope that she doesn't go for this. But yeah, that being said, knight takes e7. They have to recapture. And the d pawn is just a sitting duck for quite some time. So, okay. He has returned, and she has taken the bishop with check. And now he has two options. Two viable options. Two ways to recapture the knight. The third option is to not take the knight. Although legal, not recommended. What is recommended are the other two alternative legal moves. So, how would you recapture? The computer has its preference for sure. Opponent mulling over these decisions. He was kind of looking around a little bit, and here he plays a quicker move. He plays knight takes, which is the best move. It didn't like queen takes, really, because of queenside castles. And yeah, you can't really guard this pawn with a rook, so what's the difference, though? Knight takes, and now if queenside castles, it's saying knight c8 is the main idea here. So knight to c8. Maybe that's why he played knight takes e7. He sees knight c8 as an option, which is still like pretty interesting to me. Like you're putting a knight back just to hit the bishop and protect the pawn, but how much is that knight really happy to be on that square? I don't really know. Work week is over. So an early Friday for you, perhaps. Or maybe you're on the East Coast or something. All right, this guy's staring like directly into the camera. All right, I just got lost in his eyes for a second. He stared us down. He knows he's on camera. Yeah, I think Warrior said he followed her Instagram as soon as they got paired. Um he's probably going to watch this stream back. He's going to be like, I wonder what they were saying about me. You work 6.5 hours, 14 days. No, actually, okay. He keeps he kept looking at the camera. He's fidgeting with his fingers a little bit. He's waiting. She's probably looking at rook d1, queenside castles. Like she's probably looking at this d pawn, right? How to take advantage. But now maybe she notices knight c8, which is why he played knight takes e7. So computer's saying just play bishop to e2. Kind of a slow passive move, but it's a good development move. Getting ready to castle. Kingside, at least. But what are the odds that she does that? I don't know. It seems slow, right? It looks like she might go in for this queenside thing. Queenside idea, but yeah, knight c8, she has to ask herself where the bishop wants to go. Cuz maybe they follow up. Like maybe the bishop zigzags its whole way back. Oh, it doesn't like it likes beef. I mean, it likes this too. Here and now here. Oh, we just take on. Okay. So what's it? It wants b5 here? Yeah, I'm like, I guess we just open things up, huh? So maybe that's why we just play rook d1. Still knight c8. It still likes b5 or b6 here. And it likes b5. And it says it's okay. I suppose some of these pawns might be hanging. So b5, if we take, they take. If we take, knight takes, queen takes, you could take. It doesn't like this though. It likes queen a7 instead. And if you try to save, what does it do here? Bishop b3 is going to be good, I believe. So, yeah, if we move the knight, no, that's not good. Whoopsies. Okay. Well then. Yeah, queen d3. We're going to see all of this, you guys. Just kidding. Yeah, rook d2, bishop takes. Bishop e2. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, yeah, B4 is interesting. Here it says castle. Oh, wow. That unpins the rook. Um, Castles and rook takes, queen takes, queen c5 check, and then b takes. Okay. And that should win a pawn. So that's a crazy line. Did you guys catch all of that? That's how you equalize the material. After black wins the d pawn, black eventually wins one of the queenside pawns back. So anyways, we are right here. This is the current position. He is recaptured, and now Tosh is getting into a long think here. What's up, Klein Bottle? How are you? 6:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. So you're saying 14-hour days? Is that what that is? No, that's absolutely not what you're saying. What did you mean by 14? Thank you for appreciating Gerbs, who was in here. Point Gallus, I forgot what I was talking about when you said the rebels, the shapers of world. Ah, 14. Okay. My bad. Sorry. Are you I don't know. I feel like a lot of Americans just use PM instead of we call it like military time, but I think the rest of the world just defaults to that. And now we look weird because we say military time. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah. I mean, you're starting your day early, but you get out of work early, so that's fun. I hope you're a morning person. Maybe you're forced to being a morning person. I used to have shifts that started at 5 a.m. I was opening up a recreation facility in college. That was fun, waking up at 4:30. You're from Canada. Amazing. Do you like hockey? I feel like I should know more about Joey than I currently do. Or you could also argue that we should know less about each other. You're a morning person who lives like a night person. I feel like I feel like you're just a night person. Maybe. I'm definitely a night person. Although I should be going to bed earlier, waking up earlier. I'll be waking up tomorrow morning to cover Bullet Brawl as we don't have any collegiate chess league matches tomorrow. It's a bye week because for any university students out there, there's the Kasparov University Cup run by the Kasparov Chess Foundation. I don't know if registration is still open or not, but shout out to Kasparov running online chess events for universities. I believe the winning team typically gets to meet Kasparov, at least on a call, which is fun. So yeah, Collegiate Chess League typically every Saturday. We will have a bye week tomorrow, which gives me the opportunity to stream Bullet Brawl. So that's my plans for tomorrow. Very exciting. Anyone else have any fun weekend plans besides chess? Chess obviously being the most fun, of course. Who are we supporting this tournament, Hickey? How about you decide who you want to support, and then I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. There is a right answer. There is also a wrong answer. Usually, there's no right or wrong answers. Usually, you can support whoever you want to support. But here, we have a clear favorite. The opponent's the only one wearing short sleeves. Oh, hold on. I think I see someone in the back with short sleeves. Maybe a couple people in the back. Anyways, this is actually kind of a late round. I don't. This might be the latest round. I mean, it's Friday night in Europe. I don't know when the next rounds start. I'm assuming there will be 2 rounds tomorrow and 2 rounds on Sunday. If it's a 5 round tournament, that's my assumption. You don't have the patience. It's 8:21 here. Are you in Europe? Are you in I was gonna say this round started. We've been live for like an hour and a half. So I think where they are, it's like 9:20 p.m. You're in Ireland. You're saying it's 8:20 p.m. Oh, she sent me Central European time, which is not Irish time. So Central European, it's 9:20 p.m. Um, we use GMT. Okay. Well, was that Mr. Dodgy? I don't know. He had a beard, so probably trying to get his. No, Mr. Dodgy's sitting at his board. My bad. I was gonna say I didn't think that was him. Yeah, Mr. Dodgy, he's like right above the opponent's head. He's got long hair. Um, but yeah, Hickey, I wanted to ask, have you met ToshQueen? Have you played chess in Ireland and met her? Famous Irish chess streamer? Where have I been? I've been here in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital, just living life. I've been very busy with work for sure. We just finished registration for both the Collegiate Chess League as well as the India College Chess Championship. For those of you that don't know, I work for chess.com full time and I run the college programs. We have 2 events for competitive college chess teams. The ones I just mentioned, the Collegiate Chess League, which is global. We actually have a team in the Collegiate Chess League from Ireland, University of College Cork, I believe. Or it's University Cork College. I don't know. It's UCC. Maybe Hickey knows about it. Yeah. Yeah, ToshQueen streams. We'll give her a shout out. We're live on her channel. You should go follow her. You went to UCC. Is it College Cork or Cork? I think it's University College Cork. Of Cork? Probably University College of Cork. You graduated 2 years ago. Were you part of the chess club there? Because they compete in the Collegiate Chess League now, which is pretty cool. If I can say so. University College Cork. So know of. Got it. Well, I've visited Ireland, but I've never been to Cork. I went to Dublin and then went all the way to Galway, which I may or may not be pronouncing funnily. But I also spent a night in the middle of Ireland in Port which is, I believe, a city, but also a county. I think it's both, but I don't know. My friend lives there, which is why I visited. All right, so after a long think, if I'm allowed to say so, we finally have a move from the Tosh Queen herself. She has played the move B3, which is a good move. It is one of the top moves, in fact. To be precise, at the time I saw it, it was the third best move recommended. The best moves were knight to b4 and bishop e2. We had mentioned bishop e2. It really liked knight to b4. I'm wondering if we had played bishop or knight to e3, we kind of blocked the bishop a little bit, right? So queen c6 would be a possibility, kicking the bishop back, and we couldn't stay on this diagonal anymore. That's probably why I liked knight to b4 so much. And if we play knight c8, then we can go back to e3, apparently. So, yeah, I guess it really wants the bishop to stay on this diagonal, and it really wants the knight to hop into d5. Because if one knight on d5 was good, surely another knight back on d5 will also be good. Surely. Second round, 10 a.m. Third round, 3 p.m. New Orleans is the chess capital because of Mr. Morphy. Does New Orleans have a chess scene? Does New Orleans have a chess club? There's a couple schools that I know in New Orleans that are registered in the Collegiate Chess League. But I don't really hear much about a New Orleans chess club. So, okay, b3 played. Kind of a curious move. You're supporting a pawn that's already supported, right? You're not really opening up for a bishop necessarily, but maybe, I don't know. What else? Queen here. Was that something to be concerned of? Or queen here maybe, actually. Hitting. So yeah, the extra protection of the c pawn is useful, to say the least. But yes, now knight c8, queen c6. Black can play a move with the punch at the bishop. They say that loose pieces drop off, and the bishop on b6 certainly is a loose piece as of right now, as there's no longer a knight that was supporting it on d5. So we'll see if black throws a punch at the bishop. Both queen c6 and knight c8 would do exactly that. This bishop being kind of annoying, preventing a rook from defending the d-pawn, controlling the d8 square. And ToshQueen always has this weak d6 pawn as a target. So who knows? We'll see if she can take advantage of this. New Orleans has a good food scene. That I have heard. They have Cajun food, which has a lot of spices. And they like to eat seafood. Do you guys call them crawdads or crayfish? You guys know the little lobster things? The mini lobsters. Port Leash is 45 minutes where you're from. That's or where you are. Nice. Yeah, I call them crawdads, but that's like I don't know. I know other places have other names for them, but I'm sure you could get those in New Orleans. Maybe more common down south. They should honestly just be called mini lobsters. Where the crawdads sing? Is that a thing? I don't know. Also, hello to Fly. Welcome in. It's a book. Do they have those in Europe? I don't know. Do you guys have the mini lobsters? All the Europeans are like, what the heck is this American talking about? There's Mr. Dodgy. His shoes untied. Crayfish. Lobsters could be giant crawdads. It's true. I didn't even notice that you spelled giant wrong. Now you've outed yourself. You could have played it smooth, but now I see your mistake. You say crayfish. Have you guys ever heard of the term crawdad? All right, I'm gonna stop talking about shellfish. As hard as that is for me, people are gonna leave today's stream saying, "Man, that guy loves talking about shellfish." All right, I'm gonna keep talking about shellfish. I'm joking. Okay, you harvested them as a kid? Yeah, I've definitely done my fair share of catching crayfish as a child. It has been many years since I've partaken in such activities. I used to like fishing a lot. I haven't gone fishing since college. It's kind of shellfish of me to take over. Yeah, Tosh will never ask me to commentate for her ever again. So hopefully no one clips this and sends it to her. I'm gonna just hope that, with so much chess being played every day, she doesn't really have time to go over the entire commentating of her games. It's gonna be multiple hours. Um, Also, I made sure to mute myself on call. I've made that mistake before. Although she is deafened, so she couldn't hear me even if I was talking to her, which is good. You know, we don't want me to mess her up. Um, but yeah, B3 she has played, and now he must ask himself how he wishes to proceed. I think Queen C6 makes a lot of sense, questioning the bishop. Computer likes Knight C8. Kind of makes a little bit less sense to me. But really, it wants black to play for B5, which makes a lot of sense because you put the rook on the B file. So, okay, he has played Queen C6. Question to the bishop. So now, computer says you could play Queen A5 if you really want. It's also saying you could play Bishop A7, which honestly is kind of annoying because now you're not really supporting B5 as much. Although you could say, like, maybe I'm helping black put the rook on a better square on C8. Computer does say Bishop A7 is best, though, and that's probably why I like Knight C8 better, because Knight C8 not only hits the bishop, but it also controls the A7 square. So I'm guessing she's just going to bring the bishop back somewhere. But it does actually like keeping the bishop here rather than retreating. But it likes bishop A7 top choice. So that's kind of interesting. Because I think, like, rook C8, B5 is still coming, right? Bishop A7, rook C8, and then it likes knight B4. Whereas if we just bring the bishop back right away, then B5 is going to hit. Good morning, Cube. Where on planet Earth are you for it to still be morning? It must be very early morning for you. Maybe you're in Ireland. No, that's not possible. Maybe you're in Australia. I was thinking of New Zealand when I said Ireland. Is it morning in Australia or New Zealand? It's probably the next day already, right? It's 7 a.m. for you? All right. Who knows what time zone that is? Maybe we can guess. Australia is an island. That's true. Hello, AJ. How's it going? All right, so yes, queen to the c file, hitting the bishop on the b file. Do you retreat the bishop? Do you advance the bishop? Or do you leave the bishop where it is and defend it? These are the options going through ToshQueen's mind. Bishop a7, bishop e3, or queen to a5. These are the three top choices by the computer, which apparently is Stockfish 17, Depth 19. Which also is variable depending on the computer you're using. So we're going to see just how strong ToshQueen is with her own mind. If she can stick with the Stockfish 17. Oh, we just had a passerby go through the shot. Yeah, I saw him for a second. He was like behind ToshQueen, and he saw the camera. Looked like he was trying to avoid the shot, but then he went the actual reverse of what I was thinking. He wanted to be in the direct line. Wanted to make sure that he had his screen time. Future actor, perhaps. TKB, welcome. I know you were actually here earlier, but we appreciate the brainwaves being sent telepathically. I think if we all just like channel our inner focus, we can actually all together impact Tasha's next move. So, what are we thinking? Are we thinking bishop a7 followed by knight b4? Where does the queen go? Apparently to c7, and then bishop e3. How subtle. It's a Maroxy. We can show you. I'll show you on the live board, actually, what this game was. So it started with Tasha's e4, followed by a6. Very, very strange opening move here by Caleb McLean. Tosh followed with c4, c5, and then, yeah, it's kind of like a Sicilian at this point with, yeah, c4. So, yeah. I don't know. Would you call that a Maroxy? Because if so, then yes. And yeah, this is the current position we're looking at. Queen c6, attacking the bishop. And now Tosh has to decide how to defend the bishop. You either move it, or you play queen a5, or queen to one of these squares. Probably, you don't want the queen here. Probably you want to keep the queen trained on the d file. You want her to push the g and h pawns. You want her to castle queenside? Or not even castle at all? It's definitely very risky. It's very aggressive, for sure. You got the werewolf hairline. Yeah, I have I guess the widow's peak, as they call it. Um, I could maybe dress as Wolverine for Halloween. Maybe. But I don't really have the facial hair for it. You had the flu all week. Well, I hope you've recovered. I hope you're feeling better. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I hope everyone's staying warm and safe in the winter here in the northern hemisphere. Although Cube says it's 7 o'clock, we never found out where they're from. So, who really knows? 7 o'clock in the morning. That's crazy. Plugged up ear. I hope you can hear okay. That's why you have two ears. Maybe. I shouldn't assume. Not everyone has two ears. All right, here she goes with her hand. Oh, oh, she's retracting her hand. She's putting the hand to the mind. She transferred the thought into the hand, and now the hand. She goes Queen F2. She has defended the bishop. And now I think for the first time the computer prefers black with the move knight to d7. Firmly insisting that the bishop leaves. And yeah, we liked the queen on the d file. The computer liked queen a5, interestingly. And I'm wondering if queen a5, knight d7 here, which is the best move, bishop comes back. It wants the bishop on f2. Bishop on e3 is still good. But if we look at the current position, knight d7, bishop to e3, it's not as good because I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But it likes f5 here. f5 is the only move for black that holds any value. And maybe it's because f4 is annoying. So f5, if we take, there's knight takes, the bishop gets kind of bullied around, and this pawn is sort of pinned by the rook maybe. But still, even position, right? Nothing crazy. It's not like this is a blunder, but the computer just doesn't like it as much, for sure. As opposed to if we follow the top line, queen to c7, and then bishop to e3, the knight's still blocking the f-pawn. The queen and bishop still have some flexibility. What else is going on here? It says h6. Let's say bishop to e2. Knight to h5. And now, let's say castles, or, okay, rook d1. Rook f d8. Likes a4, which I think is kind of weird, but okay. I guess we're just really clamping down on any b5 ideas, perhaps. Knight into f4, just giving up a pawn, it seems. Right? Why not take this? Computer does not like this at all. b5 now. Okay. And we're going to get forked. No? Ah, we're going to lose that. Well, okay. Why not take this? Queen a5. Brutal tactic. Our king isn't castled. Why is our king not castled? Knight f4 works here, apparently. Okay. Knight f4 works because of b5. Very fun move. Throwing the pawn to slaughter because of a weakened king, leaving us tactically vulnerable. Or this pawn is pinned as well. Because we pushed a4. Why does the computer like a4 so much? I don't know. What if instead we played the next best move, bishop to d3? Why would we play bishop d3? We just played bishop e2. The computer sometimes just doesn't know what it wants, really, you guys. Bishop d3, knight still to h5, rook to d1. You could play f5 here. You could play knight f4 still, apparently. Okay. So, yeah. Opponent still thinking, though, hasn't found knight d7 yet. They might ignore the bishop. Who knows? But yeah, where were we? f5? Can we castles? We take? Bishop takes? Bishop to e2? Oh my goodness. Man, these computers, they really know what they're doing. What if we just castle? Rook to d8. Rook c to d8, specifically. Yeah, knight d5, knight takes, queen takes, king h8, we'll say. And then what? I'm trying to double rooks here, I think. But who knows? It likes h3. Yeah, I would not play h3 in this position. Seems crazy. But okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to where we were. So not bishop a7. Instead, we have queen f2 now. Queen f2, and yeah, computer likes knight d7. A backwards move. It's true. What's white going to do with the bishop? Or this bishop? Yeah, this bishop's definitely caged in. Right? Pawns on light squares. I think if black ever tries to open up at some point, the c pawn will move and the bishop will have more space. Also, like, we've looked at a lot of lines where black plays f5, so eventually black is going to have to do something to try to open up and get into white's half of the board, right? So far, we've only seen really ToshQueen putting pieces into black's camp. But eventually, if black's going to get at this king, they're going to need to open up with some pawn pushes. And these farther advanced pawns within her structure are going to be traded. And this bishop, sure enough, will have a home, or at least some sort of purpose beyond just sitting here on its starting square. But for now, it's only got two prospects to look forward to, e2 and d3, but still totally fine. I don't think she has to worry about it for the time being. But yes, queen f2, kind of a curious move. I'm not the biggest fan. I like having that d6 pawn to point to. I liked the ideas of queen d2 with rook d1, creating a queen and rook battery. We do see knight d7 by our opponent, the top move, really putting the question to the bishop. Now bishop a7 is only the third best option, behind bishop to a5 and bishop to e3. So, yeah, I think she comes back to e3 now. So really, you kind of have to ask yourself, is the queen on f2 really worth it? And if you can justify the knight being on d7, saying it's worse where it, where it is now compared to where it was, then maybe it was worth it. But the computer likes that the knight has moved with a tempo against the bishop because, like we've been talking about, it wants to open up f5. Black has castled. They've completed their development, connected their rooks. White still has a bishop to get out of the way before they can castle kingside. Unless you want to castle queenside, which frankly, I don't think you do. So Tosh is behind in development here, despite starting with the white pieces and having a great start at that. Black, will they play for f5? Big moment here for Caleb McLean. He's perked up in his chair. Great posture, just slightly leaning over the pieces. He's also putting the hand to the mind. As you can see, this is a classic chess maneuver here. A lot of chess players, they like to transfer their thoughts to the mind. You can see a slight head nod here, building up confidence. Maybe he knows knight to d7 is the start of this f5 idea. The knight's gone. There's a really tall person behind Tosh looking at the position. Oh, he's moved. He'd seen enough. So anyways, you're a Maroxy player yourself. Yeah, when you have pawns on e4 and c4, right? You're really controlling the d5 square. So that's why it makes sense. The computer likes... It doesn't want b5 now because c takes, a takes. It still likes rook d1. But yeah, what else? It does kind of like b5. I mean, whenever this pawn moves, this d pawn becomes a little bit stronger, right? As long as these pawns are around, d5 is a very strong square for white. They've got a great grip over the d5 square, and that just makes the d pawn for black so weak, right? Which is why I liked so much the queen on d2 and maybe adding a rook to d1. AJ, they're look at his fists clenched, both hands up. I'm telling you, once he gets the thought of the move in his mind, it transfers to his hand, and then his hand makes the move. You know, it's the mind to body connection, and there you have it. You see f5 on the board. Played. I misspoke. Maybe. Okay. Anyways, it's saying best is simply capture. I don't think you want to allow black to capture. That's for certain. You could play bishop to d3. But then knight c5 is kind of annoying. You will take, but then the backwards weak d pawn will have a new purpose on c5. So honestly, she might go bishop d3 so that she can get ready to castle. And also, like, knight c5 captures. I imagine knight going to e3 isn't half bad of an idea, which I've kind of been looking at ever since the knight got to c2. And here he goes. He gets up again. walks around. He's been moving a lot more than ToshQueen has, that's for sure. ToshQueen, I think, has not gotten up since the game has started. Um, I didn't say hand. Maybe I had mentioned it previously. Is that Ilya? I didn't see him listed. The guy in the blue hoodie. Okay. Look at her with the hand. She is not so confident. She had a thought. She has a thought. She's going knight to b4. I was just about to analyze this, as this has been a move recommended for some time, and yet the computer has stopped recommending it at this point, which leads me to question why. So let's see. Knight to b4 played, queen c7. And I guess queen here is going to be annoying, perhaps. Although it looks to me like bishop d2 and problem solved. So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It still likes e takes, knight takes, hits the bishop. It says either just leave the bishop here or move this bishop out. Yeah, bishop e2 or d3, saying we need to get castled, right? So, you know, you could bring the bishop back, but now it likes a5, hitting the knight. I don't know. You could go to d5, but that doesn't look good at all, because then our pawn is isolated and weak, a sitting duck, and the d3 pawn or d6 pawn becomes a little safer along the d file, shielded by our own pawn. So here it says you bring the knight back to one of these two squares, and black continues with a4 or even b5. I mean, I think our whole problem is we're just too far behind in development, you know? So that's why I was kind of thinking bishop d3 here makes a lot of sense. But again, computer just likes taking first right away. So, yeah, f5, great move by the opponent, and only made possible because of knight d7, which landed because Tosh had played queen f2, defending the bishop. So, yeah, knight to b4 played, queen to c7. This was played pretty quickly. And yeah, now Tosh either has to take, or she's got to move the threat is to take because the pawn is pinned. Also, I mean, even if we could take, we're isolating our pawn. So we don't want to allow this capture. But I was thinking maybe bishop d3 should be fine. F takes, bishop takes. And now, yeah, like say a5 again. Yeah, knight here doesn't quite work because our pawn gets isolated. Is this too far into the game for white to not be castled? That is a good question. I mean, I think saying too far might be in and of itself too far to say, because she can still castle. So she just needs to get the bishop out of the way. I mean, in reality, she could castle queenside, but that is not a very enticing move with the A and B pawns soon to be attacking, and being opposite the queen is no fun for a king. So that's why I want to get the bishop out to try to get castled kingside. Yeah, ToshQueen has a couple issues currently with the launch of the f pawn and a lot of black pieces supporting it. So if we capture it, the knight will hop in with the tempo, and we might just have to be okay with giving up the dark square bishop. even though we've pushed the f-pawn. So usually you'd like to keep the dark square bishop around. So honestly, I would blame the position currently on queen f2. Probably Tosh's first real mistake. And yeah, that's exactly what the computer says on the live board. You see the question mark. But yeah, honestly, the position's still very much even. Still anyone's game. Still very much in the beginning stages. Although both players have used about half of their clock, their starting time. But yeah, I mean, Tosh, she's just down in development. She's behind. She hasn't castled yet. She hasn't moved out her light square bishop. So I think bishop d3 is still a mighty fine move. Now the computer is saying it's the best move, and it's at depth 20. So we'll see if she goes for it. Bishop to d3. And computer wants the capture. It likes taking as well, but it's also funny enough. It's saying queen back to d2. There's like no way she would do that. It's a hard move to make because you know that the queen came from d2 and you've already put it to f2. It's hard to sometimes accept your mistake and try to correct it by going right back to where you were. But sometimes it's the best move. Luckily, in our case, it's not the best move, and she still has another good option here, bishop to d3. Getting that final minor piece out into the game, preparing for kingside castles. I think it's a great choice. We'll see if ToshQueen agrees with me. With the bishop on b6. Yeah, b5 was definitely a move. Now it's not because the knight is on b4, but at some point I think black's going to play a5 and a4 and try to break down this structure that she's built on the queen side. So we'll see. We will see what she comes up with. Bishop d3, I think. Get the last piece out. You know, it's been overdue. The big board is the live position. Just the smaller board is on a delay. That's what the events page shows currently. But the camera feed is live, and so I've made the moves on the big board. Yeah. Sorry if that's confusing. But yeah, she says she's got like an 8-minute advantage on the clock as of 15 minutes ago. And here she goes with her hand. She's going to bring her bishop back? No. She goes forward to g5. She's going after this hanging knight, which knight c5 puts pressure on e4 and opens up the queen to defend the knight. So this was a direction I was not even considering, but you should notice that I guess this knight is undefended. It's hanging. And so now, after this pawn push, yeah, bishop g5 now, computer's saying is an option as well. So, but yes, she elected for knight to b4, queen c7, and now it doesn't like it so much. The computer is so tricky sometimes. Very precise. Some would maybe even call it a little finicky at times. Sometimes it likes a move, and then one move later it hates that move. Or even on some computers, you make the best recommendation. It says, oh, that was a mistake. Is she playing in America? No. What makes you ask? She's in her country. Well, I mean, she is Polish, but she's Irish. I don't know how much of either. Maybe she's more Polish than Irish, but she plays under the Irish Federation and she lives in Ireland. So if I had to guess, she's more Irish than Polish. But who knows? She has red hair. I think that's a big sign of being Irish. But she has maybe a more Polish name. Perhaps I should have learned more about Tosh before commentating for her. But surely the viewers will know and correct me. She has only Polish citizenship? Then how does she play under the Irish Federation? Okay. Bishop g5, attacking the knight, posing a question, a potential problem for Caleb. So he has to protect the knight. You can move it. You could play knight c6. You could block the bishop, knight f6. You don't need citizenship to change federation. So I could just change my federation to any country. Do I have to live there? Could I also change to Irish? I could be teammates with Tosh. I might have to move to Ireland, though. I don't know. EU. The red cups. I don't know. Those red cups are. I mean, the clock looks very red to me. The cups are a little lighter. I guess you guys don't really see the clock. Hold on. Let me move it up for you guys a little bit. Now you see something a little bit more red maybe. The cup becomes a little more pink-ish. It's an off-brand red solo cup, you know. I should move to Ireland anyway. I mean, I've been there. I don't know if I would really fit in that well with the Irish though. I don't know. I tried going to the chess club. They were closed. It's, I'm more of an Irish visitor. I'll visit Ireland again for sure. I didn't really get to see most of the island. Um, there's like these cliffs somewhere that are pretty famous. They have like puffins or something. I don't know, but I didn't get to see them. So also there's like a bunch of museums that were closed because I went too late. The Giant's Causeway, is that what it's called? Warrior says that Poland is better. Well, I have not been to Poland or really to anywhere else in Europe. Um, there's a couple places in Europe I would rather go to than Poland, if I can be honest with you all for a moment. Um, I would rather go to Italy. I like pasta and pizza. I'm sure they have that in Poland, but probably you would rather have it in Italy. Um, no, I don't really want to go to England that much. Um, where else would I want to go? I feel like Spain is pretty popular. People like Spain. Honestly, I would rather go to Japan, I think. Although it's not in Europe, but also one of my top choices of places to visit is New Zealand because I want to go see the Shire. Big Lord of the Rings fan. Poland hasn't unlocked pasta. Yeah. A residency requirement. So, um, so is Tosh like fully Polish and she just lives in Ireland? I thought maybe she'd have like one Irish parent and maybe one Polish parent, but maybe it's not so apparent to me, at least. Anywho, bishop attacks the knight. The knight either moves or this knight moves, or you can defend the knight. Probably don't do this, but maybe you play this or this, but probably not this or this. So really, you could move the knights or you can move this rook. The computer likes knight c5 or knight f6 or rook b to e8. These are the top three choices currently. She has nobody else. So she just chose Ireland on her own. Is it because she has red hair? If you're an EU citizen, you can live anywhere you want. Um, but she has Polish. Is Poland in the EU? I fear I've made a very American comment. I don't know all the EU countries. She got bullied in Poland for her red hair. Well, hopefully she's not getting bullied in Ireland for her Polish accent. Um, okay, so he's played knight f6. So computer says top choice knight c5. And What's the difference here? I don't know. I guess she still has access to d3. So it likes to capture and then play bishop e2 so that she can get castled. Thank you, TKB. Knight e4. So they have to capture back somehow. And so then there's going to be something in the way, right? Knight e4, not quite readily available, but getting there. If bishop takes, it's saying bishop back to e3, which can be annoying for sure. It's also saying just take on f6. Definitely don't think she would do that. Bishop e2, top choice. And yeah, if the bishop comes back, knight here might be annoying. So the computer likes taking it now as well. Castles, you allow knight e4, but at least your king is castled. Knight takes, queen takes, a5, knight back to d3. I'm thinking this move might be annoying, but maybe not. You're surprised the eval is so close because of how weak the king looks. Yes, she's neglected castling for quite some time. And now she has capture on f5. So it's up to black to decide how to recapture. Computer surprisingly likes bishop takes much more than knight takes. And I don't know why that surprises me. I figure the knight is farther backwards, right? Some pressure with the x-ray, with the bishop. So I figured knight takes makes a lot of sense. Maybe it's going to come into d4, which is seemingly a nice outpost. But the computer prefers bishop takes. Why? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. It takes away d3 from the bishop. So the bishop on e2 will be a little bit more passive. You could technically still go to d3 because the knight controls it. But yeah, maybe we look at knight takes. It says just take on f6, and then you play bishop d3. Or you could play bishop d3 right away, but then it likes e4. That is a spicy move. Because now knight takes, or sorry, pawn takes. Now it's saying knight g4. And then what? It's saying queen d2. And knight d4. Now this is cut off. So now we have to castle queenside. And then they start attacking us. b5. It's very annoying. For sure. But this is the move that was less liked. But that's if we take on f6. Rook takes. Then we play bishop d3. I'm surprised somehow this isn't the move. But castles is nice. Yeah, in the previous line, I liked this e4 idea. But this doesn't work because we have bishop takes. So that's why it's important that we take the knight, right? So that after bishop to d3, they don't have e4. So yeah, she's captured, and now moment of truth from our opponent, Caleb. He has two choices to capture this pawn: knight or bishop. Again, I really like knight takes. Because you're bringing a farther back knight forward. The computer likes bishop takes because it doesn't allow bishop to d3, I think. So if knight takes, it really wants her to take the knight and then play bishop to d3. So I don't suspect that she'll take the knight, if I'm being honest. But the computer really likes this e4 idea. So yeah, we'll see. She really didn't need to play f3 and queen f2. I think queen f2 is the bigger concern, the bigger cause for problems for her. But all in all, position's still fairly even. Yeah, she needs to get castled, right? So bishop's going to come out sooner or later, right? If bishop takes, preventing bishop d3, then she still has bishop e2. And she's still going to be ready to get castled. Wow, okay, so opponent has captured with the bishop. They're leaving the knight behind. So she should play bishop e2. Computer also likes bishop e3. It also likes queen e3. Just getting off the file, I think, could be cause for concern with the rook opened up. So we shall see. Bishop e2, or maybe something to e3. Maybe she captures, but probably unlikely. I think bishop e2 should be her best move. Finally preparing to castle kingside. Will she do it, or will she further delay her castling? Maybe we could put a prediction in the chat. Should I do one? Should I do one in my chat? Prediction. Start a prediction. All right, I'm going to put a 2-minute timer on it. Does she play bishop e2? Prediction in my chat right now for this next immediate move. If she makes the move in less than 2 minutes, then we'll cancel the prediction. Bishop e2 or anything else. Bishop e2, top choice. Okay, she's lifted her hand. She's put it back down. What's the flying squirrel model? I'm not so. Oh, the hand is up. The hand is up. Oh, she's played rook d1. Oh my goodness. And now computer really likes e4. And why? Dude, I don't know. Like e4, I thought, can we not take this? Rook takes, it hates this. Oh my goodness, it hates it. Like, what's wrong with bishop e2 now? Queen a5. Oh my god. Why haven't we castled? Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen. I mean, but you guys don't think he would play e4. Someone put 10 points on yes, but the answer was no. But no one voted on no anyways. So, hey Santos. Thank you for the shout out. I'm going to cancel the prediction. I'll do a new one though. I'll do a new one. What move are we on here? Is this move 20? All right. New prediction in chat. Does she castle by move 25? You're applying for jobs, Santos? Sorry to hear about life. I hope you get what you need. Hope things get turned around. Okay. So yeah, rook d1. I mean, rook d1 might have been stronger when the queen was still on d2. But alas, here we are. She's done it. She wants pressure here. And yeah, the bishop, I don't know. e4, what has he played? Oh my goodness, he's done it. He's done it. Ladies and gentlemen, top move by the computer has been played by him. He's done it. This signifies move 21 that she's on right now. So she just played move 20 according to my move list. So now they're on move 21. The best move it's saying is bishop to f4. And then it wants rook to d8. Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty impressed. e4, it's a great move. The computer really likes it. And if we just point out like bishop e2, e takes, if you do like bishop takes, now knight e4 is really good. So if we go queen e3, knight takes g5, queen takes g5, rook b to e8, and castles, and now our knight's hanging. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it didn't like this. I mean, again, we say time after time, loose pieces drop off, right? And she has two of them. She has two loose pieces. That's exactly what he's doing, Paul. Paul understands the move e4. It's in his name. They don't call him Paul 1e4 for nothing. So, yeah, she's been caught in the middle of the board. E pawn pushes, e file opens. Knight's gonna come in, hitting everything. The knight's gonna hit all the dark squares, right? And look, this king and the knight on dark squares. This king, he's still in the middle of the board because he hasn't castled. Because this dang bishop hasn't moved anywhere. He hasn't moved at all. TKB saying going for the flag. He is far off from flagging for sure. 25 minutes, a long time. She does have about a 12-minute time advantage as of 15 minutes ago. Am I on YouTube? I am on YouTube. Queen a5 is countered by a3. Yes, but then the a3 pawn falls, the knight's still hanging, and now the b pawn is hanging. So queen a5, we would rather have something like the bishop back on d2. Or a queen on d2. So, yeah. Here, it's saying the best move is queen to d4. Followed by e takes, g takes. Not very pretty. Right? Not a pretty position. What else does it like? We mentioned bishop f4, right? Causing problems. But then it wants rook to d8. And then queen still to d4. And then still captures. So, yeah, her king is just not going to be very comfortable. Yeah, bishop e2 we looked at. But still, after captures, it wants g takes. And boy, I don't know. She could play bishop e2 now, but yeah, rook d1. It's just a little too slow, right? She needs the bishop out. She needs the bishop out, and she needs to get castled. It also likes something on e3. And yeah, I mean, opponent's just he's been finding these moves. E4 after rook d1, very smart. Such a good move. Just creating so many problems on this king side, right? Either the e file opens, the f file opens, or the g pawn has to open, and this king, his shelter is being dismantled piece by piece by the black pieces. Black has a strong center, right? We have two central pawns to no central pawns. And this weak pawn, we've left the queen on the d file, so now this attack is a little slow. What's it like here? Just a5. These are Irish players, Santos. Yeah, the coloring, honestly, it looks Italian, the flags on their playing cards. Actually, you guys can't even see it. Maybe just real quick I'll show you. Wait. Yeah, there you can see their little flags next to their. Well, you don't see their names. There's the names. Okay, what has she just played? She's moved the queen out to d4. So queen d4 was one of the moves for sure. So she's abandoned the defense of f3, right? E takes, she needs to fall with g takes, which isn't the end of the world, but it is not ideal, right? And this pawn is very weak for sure. It is hit. And honestly, like black might not recapture because they want to recapture themselves. Computer likes rook b to e8, saying, I don't even care if you take this pawn. So we could see a really sharp attack from black. Hello, Mahmood. I don't know what you're saying. And I don't know if I want to translate that. All right. It looks like he's played a quick move. Yeah, he's just taken on f3, which is the best move. And her best move is to just take back. Where are they playing? In Ireland. So, yeah, she's neglected castling. I mean, she still might be able to castle, and put the king on h1, maybe put the rook on the g file. Sometimes opening the g file might seem scary because the g file is a direct window into your king's house. But sometimes it's good to have an open window because you could use it to escape or even use it to attack with a rook. So anytime you enter a castle, be wary of these open windows. No, honestly, we're so far off from that. Like, she hasn't even moved. She still needs to capture this pawn. She needs to move the bishop. She might not even capture the pawn. She might gambit the pawn so that she takes back with the bishop. No, she does not. She captures. I think it's good. You want the material. You want the pawn to take away these key squares from black's pieces. This is an isolated pawn, long-term weakness for sure. And her king safety is perpetually going to be in jeopardy. So all in all, I'd say mostly downsides. But there's still things that she has to look forward to, like this weak D pawn still, which could be targeted again, and maybe using the G file to her advantage. There could be a lot of dangerous lines. So who knows? Rook G1, she's gonna completely forego castling, but creating strong threats against Black's king. So no reason to give up hope, but this is definitely the best evaluation that black has had so far this game at minus 1.8. And really, I mean, it all just comes down to king safety. So top move here, ignore the d pawn and just play rook to b8. Just saying, I'm gonna, you know, have a discovery against your king. So rook b to e8. You can play bishop to e2 and try to block the e file. And then it really likes a5. And it's going to keep liking a5 for quite some time. The knight cannot go to c2. And if you go to d3, well, you're blocking your attack on the d file. So all in all, black has an opportunity here to really put some pressure on white. Now, they might be too concerned about the e pawn, or sorry, the d pawn. They might go rook to d8, which would not be so good. Now it likes bishop g2, which is kind of funny. I mean, I'm still playing bishop e2. Oh, this is just so weird. Anyways, is the live board up to date? Live board is 15 minutes delayed. Thank you, Warrior. You just want to walk up to her and ask her why she doesn't castle. It's okay. We'll likely have an interview after the game where you can get all of your questions, concerns, and comments out. However, you definitely couldn't do that in a live tournament such as this. That would be heavily, heavily frowned upon. Not only would you get in trouble, but you might even get your player in trouble that you're talking to. So, yeah, if you're watching this, especially if you're there in Ireland, do not disturb the players during their games. As you can see, they're completely focused. Both players just staring at the board, at the position. Calculations going over a mile per minute in their minds. She's leaning. She's putting her mind as close as possible. Yes. Rook b to e8 has been played, saying, oh no, my pawn. As knight to c8 would be a discovery. So now she's really, I think, in a position where she's kind of forced to play bishop to e2. It is the best move. Still, though, reading at minus 1.8 in favor of black. And there she has it. Bishop e2, finally. On the board. She has played. Also, no one voted in the castling prediction. So we'll see. We'll see if she does castle or not. She's got 2 moves left to do it. It's move 23. So it sort of depends on what black does. It loves bishop h3. It says that is the top choice. That actually prevents castling. So now it's legal to castle. For the first time in white's position, it's legal to castle kingside. I have to specify because there were times where she could have castled queenside, although probably would not have been great, as black could have definitely stirred up some trouble. But you know, if you just look at the position, right? Black's king, 2 pawns, all the minor pieces are out, rook's connected, centralized on either semi-open files or completely open files. Meanwhile, black, they've yet to connect the rooks, right? Like, they've never castled. The bishop, this is move 23. First time this minor piece has been developed, and it can barely even move. So, just, you know, Tosh is very talented, very strong player, right? She's very good, very strong, good at calculating, and it really just comes down to some of the basics of your opening fundamentals, your principles, developing pieces, getting castled, connecting the rooks. And she knows all of this. So I think she's playing maybe a little trickier than she needs to, right? Maybe going for tactics or weaknesses, things that might look good in the short term, but might end up costing her in the long term. So if we wanted to go back and look at a couple options here, in this position, she could have just moved the bishop, right? Instead placed queen f2. I don't know, like that's maybe not the best example. But a move like here, playing knight to b4 instead of just like bringing the bishop out, right? Or taking and then bring the bishop out. So, you have a moment here, knight b4. Oh, this was not it. Knight b4. And now this is a huge source of weakness, right? In the long run. This was not played. Yeah, here, again, she moves another attacking piece, right? And now she's got two of these pieces hanging. Both pieces she could have left where they were, and she could have brought the bishop to d3 on both of those occasions. So now she captures. Now there's no bishop d3 available. Here, she could play bishop e2, right? This is a third opportunity, perhaps, to do it so that she can get castled. Instead, she plays an attacking move, rook d1, and now she's in trouble because the move e4 hits, and it hits hard because the knight, the bishop, this rook all come to life. The bishop's here, going to get forked, right? Bishop could have been on d3 to help promote or support the e4 square. No bishop on d3, and now there's a pawn on e4, and your king's going to get opened up. So there's at least 3 moments there. Yeah, we pointed out bishop e2 here is a blunder because of the move queen a5, taking advantage of the knight that's been put on b4. So no, she did not capture this knight. Instead, she played queen d4, allowing for this capture. And now the g file, the e file have been opened. The king's safety is in a rough spot. So nice move here by black. Rook b to e8, leaving the d pawn hanging, but allowing for tactics with a discovery with a knight move, forcing her hand bishop to e2 only just now, but a little too late, as black can play bishop h3. It also is liking h6 and a5, both moves taking advantage of the pieces that had been moved multiple times rather than moving the bishop for its first time. So we'll see what black ends up deciding to do here. It looks like black has already made their move, a5 played, and now the knight must move. And where it moves is a little limited, as you cannot put it to c2 because that is controlled by the bishop. But what the computer's saying is to take on f6 first. It's also saying play rook g1, which I honestly kind of like, because you're then threatening to just win the piece and threaten some really strong attack on g7. But again, you're just completely foregoing castling. I don't know how good castling is anymore, right? To be completely honest. So rook g1 might make some sense. But otherwise, I think you're just playing knight d3. So, yeah. But also, like, you could take on f6 and then play knight d5. You play knight d5 right away. The problem is there's 2 knights that can capture. You would love to capture with the queen, with the check, and just maintain the structure. Because you don't really want to take with the d-pawn, because then your queen and rook look silly. And now you both have isolated d-pawns. This isolated d-pawn has been one of the main targets in black's camp that white has to play against this whole time. So realistically, you're either taking and playing knight d5, or you're not taking and you're playing knight to d3. And after knight d3, the pressure on the d-pawn has been cut off. So you're also allowing knight into c6, hitting the queen. And from there, the queen has to go somewhere. And yeah, this position is just pretty good for black. It's pretty annoying as white because your structure is just bad. Your king is unsafe. So Harry says use the G file. Might as well use it while we have it, right? He likes rook G1. Santos likes taking the knight with the bishop to play knight D5. The position is still playable for sure, and our opponent is going to start getting into time pressure very soon. So I want to remind everyone, the live board and the clock are delayed 15 minutes. So really, there's 15 less minutes on the clock. How many of those minutes belong to either player, I don't know, as I haven't really been keeping that close attention to the move times of the players on the camera. But I assume that she still has roughly a 10-minute lead on the clock. But she's going over a lot of these ideas in her mind, right? You either play rook g1, or you move the knight back to d3. These are really the best options in that order, according to Stockfish, our favorite fish. Trade summon offer draw? Definitely not. There's not going to be any draw offers by either side. So it's no time to panic. Plenty of chess left to be played on this game. She keeps looking at the clock. I think she's getting a little nervous about her time. But she's the one up on time. You would go forward with a knight at d5. Well, before you would do that, you would have to take on f6 first, right? Because we just mentioned with both knights controlling d5, they would simply trade, and you would have to force to take with a pawn, which would be very weakening further. She elects for rook g1, so she will not be castling. And she kind of elected not to castle once she allowed the pawn to get to e4, essentially, right? When she played rook d1, that was her last chance to actually bring the bishop out. So now she's moved both rooks. She hasn't moved the king. The king is going to probably move. I mean, this is a scary square. This is also kind of a scary square. Like, I don't know. I don't know the future of this king. I don't know if she knows. But I do know that she's fighting fire with fire. She says, I don't care about my knight. Go ahead, take that thing. I'm going to take on f6. And you know what? The computer says, yeah, I'm going to take on b4. Go ahead and take on f6. I don't care. Which honestly is kind of wild. So let's dive a little deeper into this. Takes. So no rook takes. Why? Because queen takes, you're threatening checkmate. So that looks pretty good. Bishop back. And now you take on d6. So, yeah, computer says, I love that. Love that for white. Instead, don't take the rook. Not giving up a free rook there. You're going to play either bishop g6 or knight g6. If you play g6, now computer says it's even with the move king f2. I was thinking you could maybe even dive in, but now it's saying you just play knight c6, and lo and behold, what are you gonna do? Queen back. I mean, yeah, the bishop looks very foolish now. Okay. So here it's saying it's equal with the move king f2. Yeah, it's just some wild chess evaluations. Um, so yes. Wow. Okay, so he does take on b4. She has to take on f6. She's gonna play this hopefully relatively quickly, and then it wants either knight or bishop to go to g6, renewing the threat on the bishop. The bishop's gonna force itself back to one of these two squares. So there she goes. She makes the capture. And now black has a big problem on g7, which can only be defended by moving something to g6. You could play the pawn to g6, but the computer does not like that at all, which is great. So if they play here, now it really likes... Okay, just, yeah, you capture... Why not bishop takes? What's wrong with this? Bishop to g6. And now our bishop... Ooh. It's kind of rough. And then what? Queen c6. This is some brutal stuff. Wow. A secret hidden third option that none of us anticipated. We were saying something should go to g6. Even the pawn to g6, and says it's even. Instead, we have the move knight to c6. And this is a massive blunder. Look at the eval bar. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the time pressure opportunity. Does he notice? Does he notice? I think he, I mean, he was like looking away. A lot of movement out of nowhere from him now. I think he's trying to, this is his poker face. Slight, not, I mean, queen d5, that's just a fork. That's just a fork. But also you're getting the queen out of the danger, and now you're opening up the rook. Hold on. There's some calculation that needs to be done. If here it just wants bishop takes g7. Oh my, it's even saying queen h5 is good? Because the pawn's still pinned and the rook is pinned to the defense of this rook. Bishop takes c4 is being called upon here. Holy smokes. Rookies, I mean, Jesus. This is wild. But this move in particular, bishop takes g7. I mean, if you take the queen, what's it saying? Bishop all the way to a1 check. Oh, and you're gonna get this rook check. Holy smokes. Just bishop, I mean, even bishop b2, yeah. This is some wild stuff. This is a huge development. We've been giving high praise to our opponent for playing such good moves like e4. And now, in a moment of defense, he's blundered a huge tactic. He's played short on time, perhaps, maybe high on nerves, playing an attack on the queen. And I mean, even the computer's saying you could take on d6 and it's back to even. This evaluation here is almost -2. If you play bishop to g6 or knight g6, it still likes black, but something has definitely gone wrong. This complication, thanks to rook g1, allowing the capture on f3, all part of Tosh's mastermind idea. Taking on f6, and not blocking on g6, instead going knight c6, allowing for the tactic queen to d5 check. A huge check indeed, as the g pawn is going to fall, or we're going to see some crazy tactics with bishop, and bishop takes g7. This is the money move. This is not so easy at all. So, moment of truth here. I mean, could she be thinking about bishop takes, knight takes, bishop takes? Oh, there's bishop g6 here. So this doesn't work because bishop g6. But if she puts the bishop on e6 first, then it works. Because no matter where the bishop goes, the king cannot stay. And this check cannot be blocked, right? As the bishop has left this diagonal. So the king has to line up with the bishop. King e6. Oh, and now you take with the check, with the fork. Oh my goodness. That's just some brilliant stuff. Wow. And they say always look for checks. Rook takes g7 isn't even that bad. But I don't think you want to give up the rook for the knight. But she's gotta find queen d5 check. She's just gotta calculate. You see her leaning forward, getting her face as close to the pieces as possible. She's looked at her opponent like, is this guy bluffing or what's going on? Now she's back. She's in attack position. Queen d5 check. She's gonna find it. I can't speak Polish, but this is the move of the game right here. Key moment. Will she find it? Yeah, queen h5. I mean, if she finds the bishop g7. So if you look at the best move by the computer, it does not want to block with the bishop because bishop takes g7 is just crushing. Absolutely crushing. We've looked at that line. Just as a reminder, this cannot be dealt with by capturing the queen because we will simply win the queen back after the skewer. But on top of that, we get the bishop check as well. Beautiful sequence here. Absolutely dominant, crushing move. You cannot block with the bishop. And so, what the computer wants is either rook block, right? If you move the king, well, there goes your queen. And she's played it. Queen to d5 check on the board. Moment of truth from black. How do they recapture? This is a huge tactic and a huge problem for our opponent, Caleb McLean. Huge sigh of relief, I think, from Tosh. Feeling so much pressure. And finally, it's her moment to strike. And she pounces. An opportunity not missed nor squandered, but seized to its full. I mean, even blocking with a rook, I mean, you have, I guess the rooks defend or attacking our bishop, so. But yeah, like, okay, rook here, I mean, we could just take this thing, right? That's still amazing because this pawn is still pinned. So, like, you don't really want to block on f7. So you block on e6, you're at least attacking the rook. Oh, he's played the bishop. He's played the bishop back. But yes, rook block here. And we simply just, you could take with the rook, you could take with the bishop. They're both just fantastic. But, I mean, rook takes just wins the queen immediately on the spot. So he looked at the rook. He looked at the rook blocks. He said, that's losing. So I'm going to do bishop block. And now this is truly the moment. I don't think Tosh has gotten this close to the board this entire game. This is like, if she finds bishop takes g7, that is going to be absolutely brilliant. Sacrificing her queen. Her heart must be racing because my heart is racing. I'm not even playing. I mean, I see the eval bar, but she surely must be calculating something. We looked at queen h5. Queen h5, also a winning move. Reads about +2 eval for white because the rook cannot take the bishop because the rook is hanging. So, and if we look at this, you sacrifice the rook for mate. Queen g7, only move. GG. So, what would be the best move here? It's saying just take on c4, which is wild. But let's just hope she finds the tactic. Bishop takes g7. This is her moment to shine. She got both hands on her head. Does it work? This guy, he's like leaning back, fist in his mouth. He's got to be like freaking out internally. He's trying to remain cool, calm, collected. Oh, here she goes. Oh. I think she sees it. It's there. Does she have the confidence to sacrifice her queen? Bishop takes g7. By the way, oh. She's gonna do it. She's right there. There it is. Bishop takes g7 on the board. She's done it. She's sacrificing her queen, and she's going to absolutely mop the pieces up like very soon. This game is over. The best move, by the way, take the bishop, rook takes with check, and then she's going to save her queen. But oh my goodness, what a move. What a move. And what a blunder by black. Knight to c6. And from that moment on, it's been lights out. Tosh with the haymakers. This is a knockout blow. Bishop takes g7. And he is absolutely just shocked right now, in disbelief. A queen hanging. And we see a spectator tuning in, looking at this board like, is that queen hanging? Did she just play bishop takes g7? What is this? Absolutely brilliant. What a game. What a move. Brilliant. And to start the tournament, round 1, with this. What a start. So, I mean, yeah, you take the queen and you're going to lose the house, or, you get bishop and rook for queen. And Tosh going to scoop some more material up along the way. Commentators got to go back and react harder for the TikTok short. Oh, I'm sorry, Warrior. I'm giving my best reaction. But hopefully Tosh can go back and do it herself. No, I don't know. Imagine you have a clip of you commentating your own tournament. That'd be pretty funny. Anyways, yeah, I'm really happy. This is a great turnaround. Things were not looking great, I gotta say, after e4, e takes f3, a5, one of the best moves in the position, just attacking a piece. She plays rook g1. She foregoes castling, you know, to heck with it. Wasn't gonna do that anyways. And she gets rewarded with a huge tactic. We saw the knights traded b4, bishop takes on f6, and now here, only two good moves for black. One of these two pieces have to go to g6. Otherwise, the tides turn in Tosh's favor. We see knight c6, big blunder. Why? Because queen check dodges the knight's attack with a check, and now this threat on g7 is too much. You block with the rook, you're going to lose. Well, I mean, you're going to lose that. You're going to lose a lot, for sure. You block with this rook, and again, you're going to lose your queen. So blocking with the bishop, and now moment of truth, the brilliant queen sacrifice. Bishop takes g7. Oh no, my queen. And now we see the discovery, the geometry between rook and bishop working perfectly together, forcing the king out of its shelter, getting lined up with the queen with the skewer, and picking up the bishop with check along the way. I mean, you could even... Oh, the bishop check is... Oh, it's not even legal. I'm like, are there any more checks we could give? No, you just pick up the queen, and we are up a full piece and a pawn at this stage. And yeah, this guy hasn't even moved yet. I mean, is it over? It might as well be. It's not just yet, but soon. This guy, he just has to resign. No, he gives up the queen for rook and bishop, or... Well, I mean, that's really kind of it. That's kind of just it. This is where we are. He just has to take. Or you take the queen and you go into that path that I just showed. You're going to lose your bishop. You're going to lose the queen. Yeah, I mean, this is technically even material right here. But she's going to win this pawn, and she's going to win this bishop, right? If black takes the queen. So best is to just take, give up the queen with check, and then she's going to play up a queen versus rook and bishop. So it's very close. It's very close to over. She's gotten herself to a winning position. Wow, we have another move here. Rook to f5. But now computer's saying you could play bishop e5 check. What else? You could play bishop h6 check. You could play queen takes d6, it's saying. I don't suspect she would play queen takes d6. Yeah, there's bishop to e5. I can't. Sorry. And I mean, what is there? Oh, bishop. Bishop takes. Okay. Yeah, but if you do the same king here, you just get the rook check. If you take on c7, I mean, you've just won the queen. Your queen maybe is hanging. But okay, bishop takes is very nice. You get the check in, and the bishop's hanging. So same ordeal. It's saying you could even just move the queen out of the way. But now king f7, bishop h6, we have the same threat. What's it want here? I don't know. Could you do, no. What else is there? Rook e7. Rook e7. King to e8. I was wondering if we could do this. Oh, but it doesn't quite work. It's still fine. There's a lot of ways that she can win. There's a lot of ways. Opponent trying to be tricky, but it still doesn't work. Bishop to e5. Very nice move, by the way. And you know, when you have a discovery, you just kind of look for your best options, right? Bishop e5 is nice because it just hits the d pawn. His idea by moving the rook is that his king can get a new square so he doesn't step into the skewer. But what he does forget, perhaps, is that the king would then line itself up with a fork. Bishop e5 would be another just amazing move. Discovery here. She's got all the tactics. So let's see how much material she can win. Bishop e5, discovery, blocks the rook, attacks the d pawn. The brilliancy prize. We see a lot of the other boards behind are starting to finish out their games. So we're getting down to the end here of round 1. Not that much time left. I'm going to guess at this point both players under 10 minutes, maybe even under 5 minutes each. She definitely has more time than he does. So she's using it. She wants to make sure she finds the best move. And there are many winning moves. She doesn't need to find the best move to win. She just has to find a winning move. She could play bishop h6. I wonder if bishop back. Yeah, bishop here is still good. She could just trade on d6 and still be good. Computer's also saying queen back to d2, right? It's funny. This king was so weak on e1, and the king looked so safe on g8, but the tides have turned, and here she goes. She's going for the discovery. Ah, she doesn't go bishop e5. She goes all the way back to b2. We were just looking at this. It's still winning. Still winning. It's plus almost 3. Definitely not as good as the bishop e5 discovery. I mean, surely she was looking at it. I mean, like, if the bishop goes to e5, there's really just 2 moves, right? If the king goes here, we know we have the check, and we can take, and, you know, we win a piece. If the king goes to f8, you know, bishop takes, just really, really, you know, winning the queen. Okay, we might lose our queen, but we'll take back a piece, right? So bishop e5, definitely an opportunity missed. That was a +7 evaluation. She instead goes bishop to b2 check. Not as good, but still good. So the king is definitely going to go to f8. And that's what he's done. He's low on time, so he has to play very quickly now. And now she has to find her next move, which probably you either take on d6. Yeah, she's going to do that. So she's let her opponent off the hook. Probably will trade here. And you know what? It's not over. It's not over. Interestingly, bishop g7 is losing, so you don't want to insert that. And now in this position, she's up 2 pawns. She's up these 2 pawns, really. Something like that. These are doubled, isolated, and weak. This king is weak. Bishop pair, strong rooks. So let's see. They've played rook here. Going after this. Probably rook g2. Makes a lot of sense. Rook here, it's not so much that you're losing the pawn, but you're also allowing the rook to get active on the second rank, which is very dangerous. Does queen takes rook? Was that also good in this position? No. Why? Because, well, we don't win their queen back is the problem. So queen takes rook does not work. But okay, let's look at, oh, in this position? No, this still didn't work either. So yeah. Now she's got a game to play, but you know, she's still crushing. 2 pawns up, much better position. Yo, what's up, Jolo? Welcome in. Hello, Alan. Shout out to Jolo. Appreciate the raid. How was your stream? No, Santo. Even after King f8, there was no queen takes rook. Have I had a smart haircut? I don't know what a smart haircut is, but no. Well, actually, I don't know the last time you saw me, but I haven't gotten a haircut yet this year. I got one like just before New Year's, I think. But I was wanting to get a haircut this week. But enough about my hair. I want to show you all this game that's just been absolutely brilliant by ToshQueen. So I'll show you through the live board, which is kind of counterintuitive. But on move 1, black played a6, which was kind of weird. And we had this game where Tosh decided not to castle. She had many opportunities to bring her light square bishop out and instead just elected not to. And so we had this really complicated moment after the last opportunity for her to try to get castled. Black plays for e4, the best move, opening up the entire position just to get at white's king. And now the bishop comes to e2, but now you don't really want to castle. And so after the knight gets attacked, Tosh starts a counterattack of her own, rook to g1. And here we see a trade of knights, but a strong attack against the g-pawn. Black needs to defend with one of these minor pieces on the g-file. However, black slipped and blundered with knight to c6, double question mark, allowing for queen d5 check, hitting the bishop, renewing the attack on the g-pawn. And so black thinks that they can get away with attacking the queen back, but the brilliant move, bishop takes g7, played. And now if the queen gets captured, the bishop comes back with the rook going in to skewer the king and the queen. And we actually even take the bishop back with check, just to show you all this beautiful sequence. She would have won a piece and a pawn. Instead, we see rook to f5, which is where we were. If I take you to the big board, she had the opportunity to play bishop e5, blocking the rook, attacking the d-pawn. If the king goes to f8, we've got this fork. And if the king goes to f7, we have the same skewer. And you know, if you try to take the queen back, we just simply take on d6, and then we're going to be taking the bishop. So really an opportunity missed here at this point. We missed bishop e5 discovery. Would have been really nice. Instead, she went bishop to b2, still very much winning. But now she trades queens. She wins a second pawn, and now she has to fight for the rest of the game. And I might be missing some moves. Did you guys see what I missed? Was it rook g2? And then what? Rook h5? And then what? Rook. Wait, what? Where did the other rook here? No. How did the rook get to g3? I really have missed a lot, I think. Or maybe not that much. Bishop's on. I know. Wait, oh, she played king f2. Why was the h pawn not? What happened with the h pawn? No way. Okay, here, probably here. I'm still missing a move. What happened after that? Like, there's no way you play rook g3. The bishop got to b1 somehow? Oh, wait, black's bishop went to b1. No, but that was just his most recent move. Oh, you know what? Wait. Here, here. I think probably this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Yeah, here it likes rook d8. What? I don't know. But yeah, bishop e1 here. Is the live board delayed? It is. That's why I have to make the moves from the camera. But I think I was able to figure it out. I mean, we've got the actual position. I'm only assuming the move order was right. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Did she just push her pawn? Did she just play c5? And what's her follow-up? Okay, she just throws the pawn away. It wanted bishop g7 check first, but okay, bishop c4. Okay, well, you know what? These bishops are pretty good, I'd say. I think bishop to f6 is a checkmate threat, if I'm not mistaken. That looks pretty darn good, doesn't it? So what would you do? I guess bishop here, you gotta like sack and exchange. What's the computer one? It wants bishop g6. I guess you could also do, yeah, and that's exactly what's been played here. We've got a lot of moves coming in. Engine hates rook takes c5. I mean, it's like, it's the third best or close to, I mean, it's not that, but I mean, c5 is actually, it's saying the second best move. It also, it likes f4 and it likes bishop check. So this, yeah, it likes bishop check again, bishop g7 check. Yeah, here, bishop back to g6. And now, has she played yet? I don't think so. So, yeah, players are in a scramble for sure. Yeah, c5, she just wanted the, like we were talking about, the pawn structure was so bad for the bishop. The bishop was just pinned its whole life. So, okay. Love this. The computer hates it. It wants knight a5, which is just crazy self-forking, but knight takes hits with a tempo. And yeah, they played here. So now we take on a5, right? Hitting the rook. They're playing fast, as they have to. They're living on the increment probably. We'll take, yeah, takes, hit the rook. Probably they play knight takes, or they have to move the rook somewhere. Oh, the rook could go to h5, renewing the threat on the bishop and attacking the h-pawn. It's getting sloppy. It's getting sloppy, ladies and gentlemen. It's officially a match. She had a knockout blow, and she missed it. Takes. Don't take, because you're going to get hit hard with the bishop. So I'm expecting the rook to move. And where else other than h-file, hitting the pawn with a check? I wouldn't play h3 because you lose your bishop's hanging, right? Oh my goodness, he takes with the knight. Bishop a3 is just going to be lights out. Come on. That was the whole point of a3. Bishop a3. Bishop a3. Come on, bishop a3. You just have to. It's another winning tactic. Why would you not do that? Because even if you lose your bishop, you're winning the piece back plus the pin. She's done it. A huge blunder. The guy missed rook h5 in the time scramble. He was going to be winning a pawn back. And the pawns were doubled and bad. And now she's just winning. She's just winning. I don't know. What was she think, or what was he thinking? with knight takes b4. Or maybe he wasn't thinking because he was in time pressure. Oh my goodness. Rook d7 threatened mate earlier. Well, the bishop came... Oh, you mean... Oh. That's really interesting. I guess they would have just blocked on e7 or something. Because the computer's just not calling for those moves. Oh, no. I don't know. After b5 though, we have to deal with the threat, right? So taking makes a lot of sense because you're on the rook. And yeah, we don't have time to go to d7 anymore. So at this point, yeah, rook d7, but they just, what's it want? Rook a8? What? Oh, it just wants to move, it frees up a space. Just move the rook. So yeah, bishop a3, and I mean, this guy's just, he's lost again. He's stun locked again. He's shocked. He's got nothing. I mean, let's look at, I mean, you just lose this with check. Oh, and that's a big check. Hold on. King g7. I mean, you have another check if you want. I'm just annoyed that the bishop is hanging and the pawn is hanging. But you know what? When you win a knight, I think we can live without a pawn. So, okay. Yeah, I don't think he's moved yet. Has he flagged yet? These are the tough questions. Probably rook takes. No, he just did pawn takes. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. Bishop takes. Now the rook is penned. Thank you very much. Now he's got to defend this rook. Oh, he just pushes. Okay. So free rook. And, I mean, the pawn can get to c2. But, like, it's not going to get to c1. You know? So, thank you very much. King f7. And now we just move the rook. You can go to d7 and get behind the pawn even. Life is so good, you guys. Don't you love being up a rook? I thought he would defend his rook at least. Or, like, you know, be down in exchange. Instead, he's down a whole rook. Yeah, knight takes b4 was especially egregious. Is he calling? No. Wait, what did he... Oh, yeah, okay. Rook d7 played. Bravo. King e6, I assume. Pressure on the rook. Now, okay, computer likes rook d6. I was thinking rook c7. But, I mean, I guess the king walks up the board if you go here. But, I don't know. She just has to put the finishing touches on. That's it. Hello, Chicken. Shout out to Chicken. Glad to have the great mighty Chicken. What move are they on? This is, I believe, move 42. Ah, she's brought the rook completely back. A little passive, but, you know, still just good. Even if she blunders a whole rook, she's still up 2 pawns. How do you like that? Well, actually, just 1 pawn. My bad. Sorry. Even if she blunders a whole rook, she's still up 1 pawn. Anywho. Rook here. I think just b4 and be happy. And yeah. Let's see. Is she going to move her bishop? I mean, I could see you going to e3. Yeah, she's going to move that bishop. She's hovering. I don't know. I would move because like, bishop c2 might be annoying. Like probably going to d4 would have been better. Yeah, I'm worried about bishop c2 just a little bit. Right? Okay, but they've pushed the pawn. Okay. And now, I mean, you could just kind of move the rook. I mean, I'm guessing you go to c1. It's a little passive, guys. It's a little like I would have preferred playing b4 and just keeping the bishop on c5. I don't know. Maybe they were worried about the rook coming to the a file. But like that's still a concern either way. Anyways. Yeah, I thought bishop c2, you pick up a pawn, right? Okay, rook here. Now we play b4. And you know what's funny? If they attack the pawn again, we just go here. Yeah, computer is saying just take the darn bishop. Whatever. Yeah, I mean this is probably fine. Even this, we have rook here. I mean the computer is actually saying you could just take on g6 and take that pawn. You know, there's so many ways to win. But there's some amount of technique that needs to be put into this. So, there she goes. Says, give me that bishop. Get that thing off the board. And now what? You push the pawn? b4? Like, let's not lose all of our pawns, no? Well, I guess, okay, if you take, we take, right? So, okay, she's just moving the king over. She's going to play king d2 next. Force the hand. She's going to trade the pawns. And luckily, she's still up a pawn. This pawn is very valuable as it promotes on a dark square, as she has a dark square bishop. So she's given up her rook for the bishop to simplify. And that's why, if you look back, there was a moment where he could have maybe saved his rook that was pinned. He could have only lost an exchange. Instead, he just completely lost the whole rook. So now she can sack it back and be up a piece. Maybe if he had only given up an exchange and she had to sack an exchange later, it would have been more even. Or she wouldn't have been able to sack an exchange. I'm expecting the king over, yes. And now this forces the hand of the rook to take the pawn on b3, which it does. And now she shall take on c2, not with the king, as that would blunder, but with the rook. And now black only has 3 pieces left. Meanwhile, white has 5. That's 2 more than 3, which is really good because she has an extra bishop. If the rook goes here, we can trade off rooks. Maybe. Actually, probably that's still winning. But you don't want to give up pawns unnecessarily. So I think she could have won the c pawn without giving up her b pawn. But it's still all winning. So, okay. I love the rook check because the king has no forward moves thanks to the mighty bishop. And so the king must retreat. And now we can check the king again with either thing. But I think also bishop f4 to just guard the h-pawn is very solid. That's exactly what she's done. And now her king wants to also enter into the party. And yeah, we're controlling where the pawn pushes. It's all just a matter of technique. So she's just going to be slowly but surely putting the finishing touches. All right, the rook poses a question to the bishop. Now, the bishop could step back, but also we can move the king forward, which I'm a fan of. I like moving my pieces forward, taking more space. Now, you might get checked, it's true, but then you can go backwards, and then you might get checked again, and then you can go forwards again, but now you're protected by your pawn. And if they don't move their king or rook, then they're going to get forked. But she doesn't do that. She gives a check, and now the king must move. And now she might push her pawn, either pawn. She pushes her h-pawn. That's a good pawn. It is now 2 squares closer to promoting. The way that she wins this game is by promoting a pawn. And in order to do that, she must push them. That or she wins the rook. And the rook is going to try its best to stay alive on the board. So let's see. The king at some point needs to get involved. We have a check. I'm not the biggest fan, but maybe actually it is good because yeah, here we have the check. Oh, and that's exactly where he went. So this check should win the pawn. Yeah, I think he should have gone backwards because now he's getting separated forcibly, and we have resignation there. Brilliant game from Tosh. Not the smoothest start to finish, but absolutely some brilliant tactics and calculation, and absolutely amazing move. Bishop takes g7, sacrificing the queen, a moment where her opponent blundered. Just a really nice tactic. And we might have an interview. So bravo. Claps in the chat for our main character here, the queen herself. Let me see if we'll get an interview coming in. Yeah, we can see the delayed board, which is labeled the live board. Maybe I should have actually swapped the 2 boards. That's a thought. The thing is, this is also more of like an analysis board because I was making a lot of different lines. But maybe I could have just kept it how it was and made analyses on the... Yeah, it's whatever. Don't worry about it, Fly. It's okay. This was the last round I was commentating for Tosh anyways. She might not ever talk to me ever again if she rewatches this, but yeah, let me see if we'll do an interview. You see they've set the board back up. They've signed the score sheets, turned in their papers to the arbiter, and the kings are placed on the white squares denoting a victory for the white pieces. Played with none other than ToshQueen herself. So now she's going to have to set up the camera and maybe unmute, undeafen. We see a nice look at the playing hall here. She's giving us the tour. A beautiful patterned floor. And look at all these tables. That's a big playing hall. A lot of boards that have been set back up again. Her game lasted longer than most, it would appear. Only a handful of games left. Fly saying is a small venue. It really opened up though. Like that room, this room that she's in right now is way bigger, and we see the cups. Once she leaves, she can maybe take her mic on. It is a lot of DGT boards, for sure. All right, here exchanging words with her opponent. Probably saying, "Yeah, I missed Bishop G7. That was a really good move." She's like, "Yeah, that was a really good move." That's probably what they're saying. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't listen in as she is deafened on Discord. What do I think of the floor? Oh, it's an amazing floor. Look at that pattern. I could unmute and then she could hear me, but I won't. We'll wait. They got a couch. Oh, she undeafened.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Let's see if she flips the camera. Should I make some noise? I'm nervous. I don't want to interrupt. Oh, she redeafened. She undeafened by mistake, perhaps. I don't think she's ready to talk to me yet. She's still talking to Caleb, it seems.
Hello.
I think she's ready now. Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're just gonna analyze the game now with the opponent, if you don't mind. Do you want to see it?
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. We're just trying to find the board there. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
All right. So she's gonna analyze.
Just 1 second, and I'll show both of us in the camera. How is the stream?
Everything really well. I think I might have messed up with the live board.
Because we're going through the restaurant.
Oh, we have a restaurant view. Look at that. That looks very lovely. I would eat there. I would get a Guinness there. Can I first?
Okay, yeah, we'll have a.
I mean, I certainly.
I don't have my own board.
Oh, but I left it.
You guys are getting the free tour. Yeah. That's okay.
Lovely floor view there.
Again, we're just trying to find a room.
Dan Craig, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Italian marble.
Yeah.
What country is this? This is in Ireland. All right, as she's moving, we might lose internet connection. And you know what? That's okay. Because you guys still have me. At least. Maybe. Maybe people don't care so much. Okay, well. We're just gonna have to wait. You guys are gonna have to deal with a moment here. But she said that she's going to analyze with her opponent. They're gonna review the game. They're gonna see maybe that the moment leading up to the blunder could have been much better for Caleb, her opponent, if he had blocked on g6. And yeah, I would say there was a moment towards the end maybe he could have held, but after he took, I think, on b4 with a knight, I think that was really what sealed the deal. Okay, well, we've lost we've lost the call. So you know what? We're gonna try this. Hold on. I have a plan. I have an idea here. Bear with me for just a second. All right, how's that? I know it's not what you guys probably want to see, but it is. I'm doing the best with what I have. But you know what? Okay, let's actually look at the game maybe. So let's see where the live board is at. Yeah, they still have a handful of moves to go before it's caught up. But yeah, this is kind of an interesting opening, right? Maybe interesting not to play d4 here, but nonetheless, we've gotten ourselves an opening. And yeah, definitely a decision by Tosh not to develop the bishop, or, you know, playing like rook d1 now sort of thing. I mean, now it would probably not be good because she's going to be losing material. So dealing with the pawn first makes sense. Saving the bishop, you could, you know, move the bishop, or like the queen a5. Queen f2 here, it started to like black. After the knight moves, hits the bishop, you open up with f5. This brought a lot of problems for Tosh, for sure. Because now the files start to open up, right? And the pieces might be vulnerable to tactics because the king is uncastled. So this is really the last moment that she could have tried castling by bringing the bishop out. And now e4 hits, and it hits pretty hard because now her king is exposed entirely. And the rooks really come to life for black. So here, like, it liked bishop h3, which would be pretty annoying. It liked a5, which was played. And now, big moment here for Tosh. She elects to not save the knight, but instead go after the king. And it ended up working perfectly because black missed one really key moment right here. Knight to c6 was the blunder where things really changed in Tosh's favor. What needed to be played was a move like bishop g6 or knight to g6. And after the check, we see the bishop is hanging. And this is what the opponent really missed. Bishop takes g7. This is a knockout move. because, as we saw, bishop takes leads to a discovery, followed by a rook skewer, winning material. And instead, opponent plays rook f5. Tosh probably should have found bishop e5, which would have been a really devastating attack against the king. Instead, she brought the bishop back to b2. And so there's maybe some slight chances of defense because instead of losing a lot of material, Tosh only won the d pawn and they won the g pawn. So up 2 pawns plus a weak king, still winning position for white. After the rook attacks the pawn, we have the rook defense. Rook attacks this pawn. Tosh defends it tactically with the rook, with a discovery check. If that pawn gets grabbed, we see the rook advance to g3, king to f2, and the bishop's going after the pawn. Here we have the idea, bringing the bishop in. So rook takes, bishop here. I'm wondering if bishop takes, we have check again still, so that doesn't work. So the bishop comes back to block the rook. We now have a3. The computer doesn't like this. However, black in time pressure couldn't deal with it. And so after this capture, the rook needs to move and can move with a double attack. Instead, activating bishop to e3 really was what sealed the deal.
Can you even read? I know it's very loud.
I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Hello, by the way. Thanks so much for accommodating. How was the stream?
That was great. Thank you for having me.
No, it was some of the game. Like it was quite. I mean, I've messed up in the opening. But me and my opponent are gonna analyze now. Just it's very loud in the room.
I was like 15 minutes. I waited 15 minutes for my next serve, which was stupid. But I was like,
Yeah, no rush. Take your time.
Sorry. I don't know what happened with my phone. I think my data something is disconnected. Oh, we're gonna move here. Okay, I found a spot that's quiet.
And then I was just like, open all the lines. So all the others.
What? Oh my god, some of the lines there. My tactics paid off. And I was training.
We have a lot of fans congratulating you on your game.
Long, and I'm moving you with the board. Okay. Alrighty.
Thank you, Diana, for turning in. I appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Diana. Thank you. Santos, what did it like instead of A3?
1 second, I can see my double chin, which is fine.
So it preferred bishop to f6. It preferred rook to g4.
My opponent went to bring me a tripod and he got lost. So I'm just waiting for him now. Oh, he's there.
Yes, very, very lovely angle.
Do you want to mouse here because it's more quiet? Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah?
Okay, good.
Actually, looks happy. So again.
All right, we got a board. What are we gonna review?
Oh, sorry. God, I'm so bad at this stuff. Hold on. Say something because it's trying to.
Hello.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, you're loud enough. Sure. So You just put the volume on maximum here.
Did you want me involved with the analysis?
Yes, you can. You can tell me.
Show you the
I only
lines.
have the 2D. Sorry, the regular board here, but you can tell me what moves were you calculating.
Okay.
Because I go ahead. Sorry. So yeah, so I was looking at the game. E4, A6. Like what the hell?
Yeah.
Like that was like it was so bad. I was like, "Do you see my reaction?" I was like, "What am I supposed to do now?" At least it's a good content, but oh sorry, A6. Oh no, the board is wrong. So A6, and then I played C4, C5. So I was like, okay, well then I don't know what to do with a A6. I've no idea what to play. I assume he's gonna go for like B5 or something. So I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll go with the Maroxy for the Maroxy bind if he decides to go C5. Although he would go for like of um kind of like a dragon setting or something. I don't know. I don't think it would be that good for me, but I was like, I was not supposed to play. And then so this was all kind of fine.
Real quick,
So
I think after a6, the best move is just d4, right? Just put the two pawns in the center.
just sorry, before. Yeah, well, it looks natural, but I assume that he's prepped and he knows what he's doing, and I have no idea. I was a bit scared there's going to be something crazy. So I was like, I doubt he calculated C4
Okay.
before the game, if that makes sense. But yeah, probably D4. And then what if they play? What black is supposed to play in this position?
Um.
Like, are they going for the B5 or something?
Oh, after d4 or after c4?
Yeah, after
After
D4.
after d4, it just likes d6 or e6 or g6. I don't know. I mean, I don't think a6 is any opening
Good.
theory. I mean,
I know.
is he still around? Maybe he knows.
Yeah, I know. He wants somewhere. Yeah, he's coming here. Yeah, I want to hear his thoughts on that move. Yeah, no worries. Sorry, I messed around with the camera, so it's fine. What were your thoughts behind this?
Oh, right. So my granddad taught me, and
What?
my granddad taught me how to play.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Basically, he watched Tony Miles versus Karpov,
Okay.
and Tony Miles played A6 against him, and everyone laughed.
Really? Yeah.
And then he just absolutely destroyed Karpov.
And so if I played this, well, after D4, B5, that's what I thought you're gonna play. So you play B5, and I will play like knight on C3, and then you play here E6 and knight on C3. Yeah, guys, I'll just show you quickly. So that was supposed to be kind of the plan, like here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just hold it here. Okay, yeah. So I knew that you probably prepared for that, so I was like, oh, I have to improvise. So it was this C4.
Just something I could play here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just two passes. So.
Yeah. No, but I kind of hoped you play C5 because I thought I know Maroxy binds, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be comfortable in it, but I didn't mess up. So you play C5. I play here, you play here. Boom, boom, boom.
So it's like a Kalashnikov Sicilian.
Yeah. So I was kind of like, well, I go here, but I think it makes more sense. Yeah. So here was all good. You played.
The computer likes knight f5.
Computer likes knight f5.
Yeah.
Oh. But what about this? Oh, that I have kind of that. True. See,
Yeah, just knight
I just look at
e3.
this move. I was like, after d6, I was just you know, I have to move. I have to make another move with the knight. So I thought maybe I'm losing a tempo. or something, but I guess because I was also afraid to put on e3, my knight on e3, because I thought this is bishop spot, so I didn't really.
It's always back there.
Yeah, true.
So,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, looks very good actually. I guess you're gonna go here now at some point. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, true. But I want to see when I messed up because I was in a very bad spot. My king was like,
all my pieces were developed at one point.
yes,
There was
yeah,
not much development.
because I thought that I'm gonna be better and I need to like use the momentum, and that wasn't the right decision. I'm supposed to like develop my pieces and stuff. This bishop like was there forever. So I play here. You played. No, sorry. I played knight c2. You play here. Check. Okay. Now you play d6.
Thinking gear, but it's a wee bit too like his.
But you are kind of in a neither.
Yeah, I liked
You
bishop
realize that?
c5 better.
Oh, you
than-
do like bishop
than
c5.
Yeah, d6 was the first sort of mistake.
Okay. Because you kind of true. Because in this position you're going to neither, and I don't know how good it is. Yeah, there is a bit of a pressure here. I have to be kind of careful. So yeah, it does look more active. But okay, so you went here. I played. What did I play?
f3.
And I'm not. Yeah, and I did notice that move after that. I was like, why didn't play this? You developed a bishop and you're protecting the square. Just because I used to play Bind like years ago, and I always remember this kind of setup. So I went, like, I just played it, and I thought it'd be fine. But then I just didn't really think that this would be so much better in this position. Well, I don't know what the engine says, but Jonathan that was talking to me, like he said that this move was good. I think.
It'll probably just be. I just have to do the same set.
Yeah. See, I really like this setup when I put a lot of pressure on you, but because it wasn't developed, my king and my bishop was a disaster for me. So I play f3, and
That's stuff Alan. Still good, I think.
And you played. Yeah. So Yeah. And is that okay, or am I supposed to play this move? Or does it matter? Joe?
Well, on the move before, it still liked f3, but also bishop e2 or bishop to e3 are both fine. And here,
Okay.
it does like bishop e3 or bishop e2.
What about this?
Yeah. What about this move? The rook on b8? Because I quite liked it for you. Like I thought I was.
It's because if there's ever, I mean, it's always like
Yeah.
kind of like protecting.
Yeah.
It prefers bishop e6.
Oh, you're just supposed to develop here.
Just controlling d5.
Yeah.
Or even just castles.
It's gonna always be later.
True. Yeah. You don't have to make a decision yet. Yeah, like it makes sense to develop the minor piece first. Okay, so you play here, and I play queen on d2. Here, and now I played. No, did I play here?
Yep.
No, they play b3.
Knight d5 first.
95. So I thought that. So that was too early. Now and I'm thinking it probably would be just better. This is all fine. At some point, I feel like it will put a lot of pressure, but I should just like play bishop on e2 and castle.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, in this position, he cannot take.
Castle and trigger.
Oh, I don't know. I was a bit worried about the long castle though. But I felt like if I'm gonna play here, I will exchange a black square bishop and I'll be able to attack this pawn. But then I realized that I actually don't have enough pieces in the game yet to put a pressure on that. And then I have to be very careful because if you go on on b5, and then you can try to break through d5.
I can't because also.
Yeah.
If I take it nowhere for the night.
So was bishop on d5 a mistake? Sorry, knight on d5.
No, not a mistake.
Okay,
but
it
it does like bringing the bishop out first.
Yeah. So, but I was wondering, could you play here in this
Yes.
position? I thought that this is the most challenging because you just did the castle, I think. So I was like, why are you letting me in here? Why you're not just going for this?
So because if a castle, well, what I have.
Because here I was like quite happy.
So I was so focused on you doing this,
Yeah.
and then yeah.
I actually was a long castle I ever got because I was always scared.
I think it might be okay.
Joe was
In this position, it's fine. It likes taking on e7 better, and then just bringing the bishop
okay.
to e2 or something. But
So taking e7 was okay, right?
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so
But
you did a
you're
castle.
right. Before castling, it did like b5.
Oh, that the b5 was a bit better. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I did here, and what did I play? I played rook on d1, right?
No. You did take on e7. And
No,
then
I took on e7.
he played knight takes e7,
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Because
which was
this.
better.
And now I play b3.
I'm just back here, just to like take this pawn if you didn't castle.
Yeah.
So if you castle to your
Yeah.
But I felt like if you're going to if I do castle and you're gonna kick my bishop out, this is very scary.
Yeah.
So I don't actually never really look at it, but probably will be better than what I had.
Yeah.
To be honest. So I played.
Oh, the bishop's still on b6.
Oh yeah, I played this because I got scared of that.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about here, but I felt like, am I giving you necessary?
I'll just put it.
Oh.
Yeah, just different.
But then that's fun. Isn't that more scary though? Like, because I'm not developed here yet, so I felt like. Well,
Yeah, it does like knight c8.
it does like knights.
c8. What he was.
Oh,
playing.
it preferred knight c8. Okay, so. There was something I had to be careful, but your move that you were calculating was fine. So I played. But what does the computer says about the b3?
That's good.
It's fine. It's like a top 3 move.
What's the
Best, it likes
evaluation at this point?
b3 is plus 0.6.
Oh, so it's better for me. Okay.
Yeah, but
And
best it likes knight b4 better.
Knight before. Okay. Oh, straight away. So I think this was my first big mistake because.
I thought it's because you moved it twice, or.
Yeah. See, I was calculating this.
Because you're gonna always have to move the bishop once
Yeah.
here anyway, so you might as well move it first instead of.
True, but also I totally didn't realize. I've only figured out after that I have to be very careful of this. Did you ever see that? Because there's something I don't know in this position exactly, but there was something if you push the pawn, you have this with the queen. So I don't know. Could you actually play here? See, I think I have this in that position.
The knight defends the rook.
Oh, sorry, not in this moment yet.
Yeah, but later on.
Yeah, later on. So okay, so here, and you played. Oh, bishop. Yeah, okay. So I was a bit stupid because I calculated this all the time. So the reason.
I lifted that, but I thought
it looks really.
Like the knight out there.
It looks very passive. Yeah. But I totally missed this move, which is so bad.
Best computer move, yeah.
Is that the best? I assume this is the best.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know what I was thinking, but I didn't see it. I was like,
I need to keep pressure on this because
No, it does make sense, but I just focus on this knight so much that I totally forgot about the square. And I just say, I thought, okay, if you're gonna play here, then maybe better it's going here, because then if I like this is, I don't know, I was like, this is good or whatever.
right. So
Oh, and then so that's what I was calculating. So that's why I played so badly, because it totally missed this. And
it hits it straight away, and you have to move it, so you don't have time to do this shit.
no, when you played it, I realized how bad it is. So I played. I had to come back.
Is this the best move?
I think. Well, I was really scared of that. When I saw this move, I was like, oh no, like you're gonna play here. So I assume this is the best move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I played here. Yeah, I played here first.
I was happy enough.
What does engine says about this move? What am I supposed? What's the best continuation for me? Because
You're
this is already bad.
you're supposed to take on f5.
Oh, just okay.
Or
And what's the
or
evaluation?
bishop d3. Well, it likes black slightly, or it says it's even.
Okay. Bishop d3.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's not too bad. Yeah, well, it does make a lot of sense now, because at some point my pieces were in totally different spots on the chessboard, and I was like, what did I just do?
Is that the right move? Knight c5 after.
Yeah, knight c5 is right, and she just takes the knight on c5.
I was happy
Oh,
enough.
and
Because
yeah, I would lose.
yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
got
like this position anymore, but obviously what I've got, I think, was worse. Yeah, so I would be very sad to not have that pawn anymore, because there was my entire kind of pressure. And then, oh yeah, no, I played this first.
yeah.
You play here, and
Is that okay? Queen c7.
it's Queen c7, okay?
Queen c7 is the best move. I think knight b4 is weakening in the long run, because that knight is unprotected. So there's tactics sometimes with like queen a5, or like you mentioned, the queen could maybe come to c3 or something.
Yeah, and this one. See, when I played it, I totally, I didn't see that. But I played here.
I wasn't sure what was the best. Maybe.
You think that was the best? No.
No, I don't mean. I mean, like, I don't know what was the best now. Like,
okay.
Maybe. I was thinking of that.
So, what did you play here? Did you play that? No.
I played it.
Oh, you played this. So that's what I thought it was the best during the game. But
better was knight c5.
C5.
Oh.
Maybe here.
Okay. Yeah, that just looks so bad for me. Like my king and my rook and this bishop is, so bad. Yeah, I feel like this queen and this knight woman, this bishop, they're just like, they're totally like they're not coordinated at all. So.
I felt I was winning because all my pieces were.
Yeah, I felt like I'm losing, but I was like, no, I have to fight. So so I played. You played here, and I played rook there.
No, you captured on f5 first.
Yeah, captured there first. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's better. That's best.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, well, like I can't allow him to take, so I have to take.
What about this?
Oh, the knight. I actually, yeah, go on.
It likes bishop takes best, because you just you're controlling d3, I think.
Yeah, that was giving me kind of a tempo to develop, because that's my bigger thing. So when you played it, I didn't like it for myself. I thought this was better for you.
So
and now I played here.
This was the last opportunity, I think, for you to play bishop e2. So you can try to at least get castled.
It looks so obvious when you like look at this now.
Yeah, because after rook d1, then he played really well. You couldn't castle anymore.
Yeah, you did actually play really good in here. Because you played...
Yeah, e4 is best by a lot.
Oh.
Just because you're getting...
Yeah.
He's opening up both files for his rooks.
And I played queen here.
Yeah, queen d4.
Is that okay?
It's okay. Um, it likes bishop f4. It also likes bishop e2.
Oh, here. Actually, this I like that. Oh, and bishop bishop e2. That's like
Bishop
the
e2
engine's
still, yeah.
asking for that move all the time.
Bishop e2 is I mean, you played it eventually. It would have maybe been sort of a transposition because after
Yeah.
they
Because you
take on
take-
f3, it wants you to take with your g pawn still.
Yeah.
Because you need the castle the entire time.
Yeah, but I was kind of thinking like just not really point to castle anymore.
Yeah.
But okay, so I played here and you played
Captures.
because I already
Captures.
knew it's bad, but I thought if I make it very sharp, maybe I'll score something.
Yeah, so yeah, rook b e8 is best move.
Rook b. Oh, because you had the rook here.
That's what he played.
Yeah, that's what you play. Yeah, and finally,
Now bishop e2.
oh, here we are. And
And this is a big moment.
a big moment. Yeah, what did you play here?
a5.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I didn't calculate you playing that. That was that good or was that just
Yeah, rook g1 I think is your best try.
this is the moment in the game when I finally started playing some good chess because the rest was so bad.
And I think what I did was, I mean, far too dangerous to like take here. I think even if
Yeah, I was so happy
I
when you
just
took
calculated,
because this is a desperate attack for me.
because I thought 96, and then obviously if like takes, queen takes, I'm winning.
Yeah,
And even like here, takes, there's no discovery.
yeah.
That's what I calculated the
It
whole
likes
time.
it
I
likes
could even
taking
play
the
there.
knight on b4 for black.
Oh, it does like.
It's
Oh,
fine. You could also play bishop g6 or king h8.
bishop b6. Oh, that I was scared of this. I thought
Bishop
like that
g6
kills
is
my
good, yeah.
kills my entire like kills my entire attack.
Safe move and just play it safe, yeah.
And I don't know. Because that knight is here
Before moving
because
knight,
you
yeah.
opened this. I was like, okay, this, and I'm back to the square one. Like I'm not standing the best, although this pawn is weak, so that's the
Yeah,
only chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You're just
So-
gonna play there.
Taking the knight on b4 is fine.
Okay, this is fine.
Yes.
So
And
I have
then-
no other
And
options.
then after you take on f6, he only has 2 good moves.
You have two good moves. So you played.
Yeah, bishop g6
What
is
did-
one of them.
Bishop g6 is one of them. Oh, so you just give up that pawn. Interesting. And then
Well,
the other one.
Yeah.
well, no, bishop g6
Oh.
if knight takes, yeah, he has knight f5, right?
Okay, so I cannot take. Yeah, but here I still feel like
The
I'm
only
still kind of fighting.
the only other move besides bishop g6 is knight g6.
What's the 96? Oh yeah, what's the evaluation for this position?
If
Yeah, go on.
if bishop g6, it's over -2. It's -2.2.
Oh gosh.
If knight g6, it's
And-
-1.5. If he pushes the pawn to g6, it says it's triple zeros.
Oh, this right?
Yeah, it says that's triple zeros. Back to
Okay.
even.
So this was a blunder.
Big blunder.
Yeah. So here, when you play that, yeah, I felt like you kind of.
Yeah.
But I thought I'm going for a draw. No.
And then I realized here that once I take, you're getting, because obviously,
Yeah. Oh, I have that. Yeah,
Right.
that was
I mean,
that was nice. I think.
it was very nice.
Yeah. But at the beginning when I played it, I was like, oh, at least I have a perpetual because I actually didn't see that yet. I was like, I take with a rook and I have a repetition check. So then when you played here, I was like, oh, actually, let's calculate this. I was like, oh yeah, it does work. So
Wait, what was the perpetual you saw?
so what I saw was here.
Knight
Okay, so
c6,
it's
queen d5.
check and
Good eye.
No, there's no rook takes.
no. Oh, here. I
Oh,
take.
queen takes. Yeah, that is a perpetual.
Look, that was I was calculating this, and then you come back here, check, check, check. So I was like,
So just checking it. Or no, I was
no. Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, this is good because it has such a bad position. At least I have a draw. Which I thought was nice taking there. I was like, this is such a nice tactic to save it. And then I was like, oh, actually, I have another tactic. But when I took here, what's the evaluation for me now?
It's
I
like
mean,
it's like -5 almost.
oh,
Or
so
sorry,
I'm
plus
losing
plus
here.
5. Sorry, +5.
Oh, plus
Plus four
five.
and a
Oh,
half.
so I thought this was so good. I haven't seen that in the game.
Well, you both missed something here, I guess. Well, he might have
Did we?
saw your best move here. Ask him what he thinks. Did you look at
This?
this, Tosh?
This?
And
No, I saw that, but
Yeah, bishop takes.
I thought the
No,
bishop
bishop take.
takes.
Yeah,
Yeah, check.
very very good.
And what now? Oh,
King f7. You just take the queen. Or you could also
how do I
could
take a
do
queen?
your bishop's attacking it. Where did he? The queen was on c7.
yeah.
Oh yeah, queen's is.
Also,
Yeah,
you could
so-
take the rook here, and then take the queen.
Oh, do you know what I think I was scared of? I was scared. There was I saw something. So you play here. There's check. You played there.
Bishop
Oh no,
takes.
you played.
Yeah, here
Oh,
just
you
rook
played.
check.
No, no, no,
Yep,
no, no, no. Here,
check.
here.
Take the queen.
Take the queen. You take here.
And now intermezzo, you have bishop takes pawn, check.
Okay, so no, so 1 second. There was something I saw, but maybe it was Gov's variation. Because I definitely calculated it, but I felt like after this, I take there. I take
No, king
either.
check.
Oh, sorry.
King
Here,
f7.
here.
Yeah, take the queen.
And
Yeah, it's just losing.
yeah. Oh god, but I thought I don't know. I saw something there that somehow you trade. I don't know. Well, anyway. Okay, that's sad. But I don't know what I saw now. That's a pity. I win this win.
It's okay. You're still winning. But bishop e5 was the best by a lot. It's over +7. Your next best move is bishop h6 check, and it's over +3.
And what up because I played this, right? What was Engine saying about this?
So bishop b2 is just under +3, like +2.9.
Okay. So you played here, and I just took the pawn. Oh, I just went for a pawn. But then here, I gotta be scared. I was like, oh, it's actually not as pretty as I thought it would be.
You're up 2 pounds at the moment. I mean, these are doubles. So.
Yeah. But I played here.
Rook g2.
Oh yeah. I think that was the only.
So this is about, yeah, +3 or so.
Just desperate.
Yeah, but I was like, oh god. See, I didn't see any at that point because I was on low time. So I was like, oh god, this is nice. And then you played here, here, here. But I don't just played there
Yeah.
because after I actually didn't even see this. I was missing a lot of things. So yeah, so I played here and you played there, and what did the computer
Wait,
say
you
about
played
this?
King F2, no?
Oh, sorry, here, right?
Yeah, King F2,
Here.
then there, yeah.
What this computer says about this?
So after King F2, it says that's a mistake. It wants
Oh.
Rook D8 instead of the other bishop. Yeah, it wants Rook D8, and it says this is just under +2.
Oh, okay.
I don't really know if I understand it, but
Yeah.
um,
See, I still wasn't too
oh,
confident about
Rook
this
D8,
position.
and it's very difficult for you to defend your A pawn. I guess is the point.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's so true. I've missed that. And I played King of Two. You played here, and but what this computer says about C5?
It's your second best move.
Okay, what was the best?
Best is bishop G7 check.
Oh, I was like saving the check for later.
Yeah.
I didn't want to push it.
Doesn't matter. I mean, not just.
I just knew I just wanted bishop in the game. For bishop, that was.
So yeah, it did like C5.
Oh.
It's your second best move. So.
Yeah. Oh, and this was the nice moment. So.
Wait.
Yeah.
So rook took.
Yeah, and then the bishop to C4, and then here
Oh,
bishop
yeah,
back to G6. Yeah, and now A3.
Yeah. Oh, is that good? I just made up that on the spot, but it was in a long
So-
time. That was actually I quite like this move because you tend to miss those corner moves sometimes.
So here.
Because if you didn't play that, then I thought I had chances.
Yeah.
A3 is a mistake.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was so nice.
Because black has a good move in response.
Which is. God,
Well,
I thought I played
B5
well.
is one of them. There's another one.
Oh, so B5 is good.
Yeah, B5 is a good response here.
I thought B5 was a blunder.
Well, you guys missed you missed the line after B5.
Well,
Do you want to look? Yeah, knight A5
B5?
is also. So knight A5 and B5 are both good.
Oh gosh. But in my defense, I was in a low time. So
I think you both were.
yeah, I mean both of us were on low time. So
But knight A5 would have been really good. Because if you take the pawn, he just takes your bishop. And you're
yeah.
rotating. So
True.
so if we look at B5, which was played.
Yeah.
If you put the knight back.
Yeah, no, 90% there. Yeah.
Yes.
And was that not good?
So now takes.
I thought
it's
this is, yeah.
black has a saving move here.
Yeah, the saving move. Is this like move a rook somewhere? Like here? No.
You're on the right track.
Oh, here.
Yeah, rook H5. So now both bishop and pawn are hanging.
Oh my god. So do I have to do something like this?
Yes.
Yeah, so oh gosh. I actually thought you missed it.
And here it's still in favor of whites, but it's only like +1.3.
God. Jeez, I thought I played so well here. Ugh, that's a disappointment. Okay, so
I mean, the position's still like
yeah,
too bad. My thing's just.
I was just happy that I was finding some sharp moves.
So yeah, rook h5 would have been black's best chance, but he missed it and he blundered.
Eh,
He took
Oh, he do.
on b4. Yeah, big blunder.
Yeah,
And then from here, it's pretty much game over.
you didn't miss. Oh, you missed that. True, but it was actually pretty easy to miss as well.
So also, I had a question.
Yeah.
I think after you take his knight and you pin his rook,
Yes.
he probably should defend his rook with his other rook.
Oh. Sorry. When I pinned the knight and rook,
Yeah,
you're
if you go
supposed
back,
to.
he went really fast.
Yeah, because you kind of gave up a bit there, I think. And here I was like, still not sure if I'm gonna win with the bishop. I was like, if he's gonna go for some endgame,
Well, I think after rook c8, like why not just play b4?
yeah, I was thinking, but I was very stressed, and I was just like, just get rid of that pawn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Also, I
Yeah,
think
so I was,
instead of him pushing c2, he could play
yeah.
bishop c2.
Uh, oh, okay.
A little
But that,
annoying.
that be okay. Yeah.
Um,
Well, here it was already. I felt a bit more confident, I guess.
yeah, I mean,
But
still very winning for you.
yeah. Anyway, thank you so much because I know it's already late, so I don't want to
You
hold
have
you
another
any
round
longer.
tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I know. I do. Thank you so much for commentating. I really appreciate it, and because I was struggling to have a commentator on that day, so thank you so much for helping me out with this. And okay, so I'm gonna go and enjoy your night now. And bye, chat. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. Great game to start the tournament, and I wish you
Oh,
good luck in all of your remaining rounds.
I hope I play a bit better next next round. But yeah, okay, bye, guys.
Good luck. Bye. Um, I need to change scenes. I'm gonna end the stream and we're gonna raid someone, so stick around. Thanks everyone again for watching. Tune in tomorrow. I will not be back, but Tosh will have surely a much more entertaining, knowledgeable commentator tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for that. Yeah, thanks everyone again, and I'll see you all later. I'm gonna send a raid. Thanks, Santos. I don't know if Tosh's mods can send a raid on her channel. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream now. Thanks everyone. Bye.